swear to God, you understand. I can't believe that I'm really here. It's like sometimes when you're doing something that's such a groove, it's hard to believe that you're really there doing it. You do it. Baby, don't stop. I swear, don't stop. I've heard people say that too much of anything is not good for you, baby. But I don't know about that. Many times that we've loved and we've shared love and made love, it doesn't seem to me like it's enough. It's just not enough, baby. That's not enough. Oh, man. Darling, I can't get enough of your love, babe. Girl, I don't know why. Can't get enough of your love, babe. Lord, some things I can't get used to, no matter how I try. The more I want, and baby, that's no lie. Oh no, babe, tell me, what can I say? What am I gonna do? How should I feel when everything is you? What kind of love is this that you're giving me? Is it in your kiss or just because you're sweet? Girl, all I know is every time you're here, I feel a change, something moving. I scream your name. Look what you got to
Ei whātohungia mātou. Ei whātohungia mātou. E tō mātou maku e te rangi. E tapu tō ingoa. E tāi mai tauranga tiratanga. E me te tāu pai ai te ngita whenua. E arita no ki tō te rangi. O mai kia mātou ai ne he toro mo mātou mo tēnei rā. Muru o mātou hara. Me mātou hoki e muru ne I o te hungai harana kia mātou. O hoki mātou e kawe ka whakaoia. Engari whakorangia mātou te kino. Nau hoki te rangatiratanga te kaha me te kororia. Ake, amene. E te atua kaharau e tuwherana ngā koe tō kia koe. E mōhio tēnā ngā hihi kore ngaro I a koe te mea huna. Whakahangi ho tō wairua tapu e whakamā I ngā whakaro o mātou ngākau. Ka tino aroha ai mātou kia koe ka tika ai te whakanui tau I ngā tapu. Ko I hukraiti tō mātou kai whakaora. Amen. E te atua kaharawa. Haere tunanga tō wairua e rote I o tātou wanganui a tātou. Ka ino hoki mātou kia koe ka noho mai tō wairua e roto tēnei huihuinga. Ka haere tonu te pono, te tika. Hoki o ngā kaupapa I whariki mai tēnei rā. E oranga mo te katoa. Katoa tātou roto tēnei huihuinga. E tamariki nau. Ko koe anu he āriki mo tātou. Ko koe anu he kai teki a tātou. Māuna haka tika. Whariki mai hoki. Tō koro wai arohai rungi a tātou katoa. Ka pai te haere o tēnei huihuinga. Ka timatanga tānu ki te mutunga. Krodia kia koe pai ngā wahe ngā wā katoa. E kore rā mutu te whakawhetai, whakamoimi te kia koe. Kei te whakapono hoki koe te kingi o ngā kingi rangatira o ngā rangatira. Ko koe te kai whāngai, te kai homai, o ngā mea papai katoa ringa te ingoa tapu, ta mā te kai whakaora I hukraiti. Āmene. Te honore. E kororia. Ngā ngarongo ki te whenua. Whakaparo. Painie. I ngā tangata katoa. Ake. Arune. Te atua. E piringa. Toku orana. Toku orana. Amen. Kia tau anō, kia tātou katoa. Te ata whai o tō tātou ariki ai hukraiti. Me te haraha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake, amene. Kia ora mai tātou.
Tēnā koutou. E au tātou, e rote ngā kaupapa ki mua a tātou. Noe rere kore tina roa atu I tēnā, huri noa a tēnā koutou, kia ora mai no tātou. I just got a couple of points I want to make this morning. Hene Whare Harawira is our coordinator here, and she is the one that tries and makes sure everything flows in the proper way. Hene Whare Harawira. The MC for today is over here, my whananga, and he's going to be here to assist to make sure that we are on time and things are happening the way the tribunal would expect it to happen. So in saying that, you will note that at the back there is some Tūhoe flags. It is their 10th anniversary on the 15th of October. And for those of us that can recall Tūhoe, when they were making a lot of dust around the place, they came to Ngāpuhi. It was in Ngāpuhi, in fact, that probably built for them the platform as to where they are today. So the outcome really has been a remembrance for us of a decade of their involvement with Ngāpuhi. Whatever the circumstances were at the time, it wasn't directed at us, it was directed at a particular group of people, and there was a crown, but we so happened to take it personally. But in that light, e whakamihorana kia Tūhoe, and all those others that have come up here pursuing what they consider was their redress and their rights of redress. Nō reire tātou mā, ko mutu ki konei. The other comment I got here is from Hene Whare that the tables at the back there are not for anyone else other than they're there for the cups of teas and eating, etc. So on that note, e te tiati ko tukunatu ki a koe, tihi, huri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou tātou.
Tahiri te tūpuna, renu tūpatonga wahine,
Just saying to the lawyers there, it's going to be an interesting week, laborious it may be at times, but in the depth of it all, we know where we want to get. So in saying that, now please be strong, be forthright, stand firm, stand solid on the beliefs that you inherit, not of your own making, but through the righteousness of our forebears. Morena tēnā koutou, kia ora mena tātou.
Morena kia tātou, kia koe e te matua, kanui te mihi kia koe moe nā whakaritenga mā tātou, rā te tuku a tātou whakamoimi te whakawhetai ki te rongorawa. Kia pai haere tā tātou mahi, kia oti pai i raro tonu ngā manakitango te rongorawa. Tēnā koe. Oti rā, hakaita haere tonu ngā mihi kia rātou mā, rātou koe mene atu ki te pō, rātou te tini te mano ko whēturangi hia. Hoki anō ki a tātou e hui anō nei mo tēnei kaupapa e whakapiri nei a tātou. Tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou. Mr. Irwin, any matters before we start? Council? Dr. Gilling?
Yes. Tēnā koe e te kai whakawā. Sir, as foreshadowed in my appearance yesterday, I have today with me Ms. Bolland from my team, making her first appearance in the tribunal. And as she is yet to be admitted next week, I seek leave for her to appear.
Yes, leave granted. Thank you, Dr.
Sir.
Gilling. Mr. Irwin.
Akati morena e te tarai pionara, me ki e te whare katoa tēnā tātou katoa. If Mr. Dargaville finds things laborious, imagine how I find things. But this session we look at issue 2, which is our submission document number 3.3.412. I'm going to start at page 2 of that submission. And the Crown has made concessions in respect of the issues relevant here. The Crown concedes that it took Māori surplus lands in the Bay of Islands, Hokianga, Whangarei, Mahurangi and Gulf Islands districts that were claimed by settlers as a result of pre-treaty transactions, rather than returning these lands to Māori. And this is long been a source of grievance in this region. The Crown concedes that its policy of taking surplus lands from pre-treaty purchases breached the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles when it failed to require proper surveys and to require an assessment of the adequacy of lands that Māori held. This resulted in some hapu losing vital kāinga in cultivation areas. The Crown also concedes that this failure was compounded by the flaws in the way the Crown implemented the policy, including failing to investigate transactions for which scrip was given, and in some cases taking decades to settle title or assert its claim to these lands, in further breach of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles. And the Crown makes the same concession as a result of preemption waiver transactions as is set out there.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Irwin. I just wondered, with the preemption waiver concession, you're only conceding in terms of surplus land, not the whole form of transaction in the first place?
No.
No.
That's correct.
Yes. So I wondered about that because Gray condemned those transactions in particular as an act of injustice to Māori. So does the Crown have any comment on that? No,
not at this point. And I did want to raise, and I'm happy to raise that now, that in terms of the preemption waiver issues, which are really, I think, issues that fall under issue 4. I said in my issue 4 submission that we'd deal with those in issue 2, and we haven't yet quite dealt with those. So there's an outstanding issue that there are just a couple of the tribunal's questions about preemption waiver transactions that the Crown does need to address and hasn't yet.
All right, thank you.
Again, my assumption, of course, is that the Tribunal has read the document, and so I don't need to go through its entirety. The initial part of the submission does just go through the facts and the figures. I think an important part of the inquiry has been the facts and the figures. One would expect any Commission of Inquiry to make sure it does come to grips with what our best estimates are of the acreages involved, and Dr. Rigby has assisted in that regard, so have others. And so I've set out there in writing our best understanding of the approximate acreages involved in these transactions. I did want to turn, though, to again, the meat of the submissions at page 9. The Crown accepts there is a real question of whether the pre-1840 deeds were intended to be a sale, that is, a full and permanent alienation of land, or something else. The Crown also submits that the Tribunal cannot assume or reach any finding that in all cases Māori did not intend a full and final alienation of their land before 1840. In 1997, 20 years ago, the Muri Whenua, I should really say the Tribunal, in the Muri Whenua inquiry reached stark conclusions on this issue. It found that none of the pre-1840 transactions in Muri Whenua were sales. But the Tribunal has since softened this stance in other inquiries. So, for example, in the Hauraki inquiry, the Tribunal considered that, and I quote the Hauraki Tribunal report, a sharp dichotomy between a classic tuku whenua model and sale in the European sense is not an adequate framework for analysing pre-treaty transactions. The claimants, however, in their generic submissions have sought to apply that rather stark conclusion and assert under Māori custom there was no such thing as a permanent alienation, but do not cite evidence in respect of that proposition. But I think the real point of this inquiry is not whether or not tikanga Māori provided for a permanent alienation of land, but whether Māori and non-Māori, coming from their different cultural contexts, intended to engage one another in those kind of arrangements. And so I go on to discuss...
Sorry, what kind of arrangements are we talking about?
Oh, the sales.
Sales.
Full and final permanent alienations.
All right, thank you.
And so I go through in the submission Dr. Phillipson's evidence regarding the middle ground. And just broadly speaking to this part of the submission, Dr. Phillipson and others have reviewed the evidence that was presented in the Muri Whenua inquiry where the tuku whenua debate occurred. And I think Dr. Phillipson's view is that the extreme positions that were being argued in those cases were not tenable. There was another way of conceiving of this, and that was to look at, to apply the notion of the middle ground. Dr. Phillipson posed the question for himself as to when Bay of Islands Māori, that was the focus of his report, Bay of Islands Māori, when they could be considered to have come to understand the European notion of a full and final sale. At the very latest, he gives the date of 1839 as that point in time. There is, of course, evidence. Dr. Phillipson also does accept that different rangatira would have reached understandings at different times. He says we wouldn't assume that there was a very distinct point in time that all rangatira of the Bay of Islands suddenly came to an understanding that Pākehā had a different view as to these transactions.
Can I stop you there? Because I feel that you haven't fully represented Dr. Phillipson's argument, because my understanding of what he was arguing was that you couldn't understand the debates at Waitangi unless Māori rangatira had come to appreciate that Europeans thought they were doing something different when they were transacting land than Māori thought they were doing, but that they didn't accept that those notions should prevail, and that's what they were testing at Waitangi and later. And part of his argument is you can see that they didn't accept because they were transacting land and yet they were remaining on that land for many years afterwards.
Yes, and Dr. Anderson, I haven't tried to misrepresent Dr. Phillipson's perspective. Without question, on the 5th of February, as Dr. Phillipson discusses, rangatira such as Te Kemara and others challenged this notion that that settlers had their lands and they were contesting it. They said expressly to Hobson, return the lands to me. So there's no question that they said that and that they contested it. And what I've sought to do is actually to follow that through. For example, through a particular transaction where Te Kemara comes before the Land Commission just a year or so later, where he accepts the sale. And so that's a key part of the context as well. By 5 February 1840, Te Kemara is saying, my lands are gone, and he's completely aware that that's the understanding. He contests it on that day in an inspecific way. He doesn't refer to an individual transaction or an individual piece of land. He says, all my lands are gone, return them to me, Governor. When it comes to the detail and to the investigation of a particular block by block, the example that I've pointed the tribunal to shows that he accepted the sale.
All right. Well, I'd have to go back and look at that particular case to see what Te Kemara does in the years afterwards, because my memory is that he continued to contest some of those sales, but...
Well, I'm going to take you to the
yes,
example.
Thank you. We'll carry on.
Just turning to my paragraph 40, Dr. Phillipson says that by 1840 the Crown would have been aware, amongst other things, that some settlers believed that Māori had made English-style absolute alienations. So there was a view that there were true sales, and the Crown would have been aware that missionaries believed land sales had got out of control and that Māori were at risk of parting with too much land, and particularly in the north and here. And the Crown would have also been aware that some people had noted that Māori believed unoccupied land reverted to them, that settlers lived under the protection of chiefs, that Māori continued to use the land, and that there was doubt about whether Māori could alienate land permanently. And so the Crown accepts that by 1840 there was a doubt that needed to be addressed as to whether the pre-1840 transactions were final transactions. To be absolutely clear, my case is not, or I should say the Crown's case in this inquiry is not that all pre-1840 transactions were sales, were final permanent alienations. That's not my case, or the Crown's case. But it is also the Crown's submission that some of those transactions were sales. And if we look at, and I take the tribunal to examples of both. And the point really is, one cannot reach the conclusion that all pre-1840 transactions were not sales, and the most important thing becomes the adequacy of that investigation by the land commissioners. And so the example that I've already referred Dr. Anderson to, I commence my discussion at paragraph 43. So in April 1836, a deed is signed by a number of rangatira, including Te Kiamara, for 500 acres of land known as Te Hihi. Just turning the page, the words in Māori of the deed were these: Kia rongo ngā tāngata katoa ki tēnei pukapuka, no mātou nā, ka tukua e mātou ka hoko nā, kia te weremu, ki ona tamariki, ki ona putanga, ake, kia nohaia, kia mahia, kia hokona, kia ahatia, te whenua e meinga nei ko te hihi. And these words were translated at the hearing week where I read them out to be so that all can hear this notice by us we sell to Williams, his children and their descendants forever, that they may live, occupy and work and sell at their disposal of this land known as Te Hihi. And that interpretation matches essentially the English text of the deed. So the words of the deed in Māori imply a sale. But don't we have to look at the context of that? Of course, Dr. Anderson. Yes. And that context is that they have an ongoing relationship with Williams. And I think if you look at, perhaps you would comment on Dr. Kafaru's evidence where she talks about the established relationship and about incorporating Pākehā into their community, sharing each other's lives and deeds as social arrangements. And so even though the words might convey that idea forever and ever, is it that the land's going, or that the relationship is forever and forever with William's children and their children? Well, there's a lot to say in response. I did cross-examine Dr. Kafaru about this transaction. The fact that the relationship continued on the ground with people, with Pākehā settlers staying and making relationships with Māori with whom they had transacted in the land, is not inconsistent with a sale. Anyone can alienate their land, that is, sell their land, and establish a relationship with the newcomer. That doesn't mean that the sale wasn't a sale. So I think we have to acknowledge that factor. We can't ignore the words that Te Kemera and other chiefs put their mark to. And my genuine concern in this inquiry has been that not enough attention has been put to the words of the deeds. It's not good enough to sideline them, effectively to ignore them, and say, but the context is all about the relationship. I do not think that is fair to the rangatira who signed the deeds of the day.
I don't think we're putting it aside. What we're saying is when we read it, we have to read it within the context that they're written, and that what I'm saying is that those words could be seen as saying we want to establish a relationship forever and ever with Williams and with his people, with his descendants. And the question I asked myself, if in the next year Williams had said, oh, I'm off, would that have violated the deed?
Absolutely not. And can I take you to the deed on my page 15? Let's look at the words. And I'm going to look at the Māori words, and I'll take you to the English words below. Ka tuku e mātou ka hokona ki a te weremu. So the land is given and sold to Williams, ki ona tamariki, to his children, ki ona putanga ake, to his descendants forever. And the key words, kia nohaia, kia mahia, kia hokona, kia ahatia, te whenua e meinga nei, ko te hihi. And coming into the translation that was provided for these words, that they may live, occupy and work and sell at their disposal this land known as Te Hihi, and that the English text of the deed for them to reside on, to work on, to sell or do what they like with. And in my submission, the words of the deed are clear. Yes, they're contemplating a relationship because this land is going to Williams and his children forevermore. But the words are also contemplating that they might sell the land.
Excuse me, Mr. Irwin, so you don't think that these are words that Pākehā buyers write into the deeds because they are absolutely clear about what they want to be able to do in future with the land, and if in fact there should be later official investigation of these arrangements, that it will be helpful to have everything spelt out in this way, so that there will not be doubt about their exclusive right to these lands.
I have two comments to make, Dr. Parsons, and the first is that no doubt that's precisely what some settlers were wanting to do. They were wanting to be as clear as possible in the Māori language, and the appendix to the submission that I've provided, which sets out the text of the Māori deeds, numerous examples of quite clear Māori language indicating the ability to do precisely this, to on-sell the land. And so, and the clarity is good. It was clear in the Māori language. That's my first point. We should have expected the settlers to be clear in the deeds. But my second point would be, I would caution strongly against a very cynical approach to these deeds, as if to say the deeds were simply a guise intended to pull the wool over Māori eyes, such that if there is some future investigation, and bear in mind this is 1836 when this deed in particular signed, but such that when there might be some future investigation, a deed will pass muster. As I'm going to show you with the facts of this case, the evidence is that Te Kēmara understood the deed. He signed it. It was in his language. And so we can fairly assume that he is taken to have agreed to those words. And so I caution against, as I say, a cynical attitude that all these deeds were simply a guise to pull the wool over Māori eyes.
Yes, I didn't suggest that that was the case. I suggested rather that we consider the power of the composer of the words of the deed, and among the missionaries, the standardising that might have emerged over time of how things should be expressed, and that both missionaries and other resident settlers may well have been looking ahead just to safeguard their position.
Yes.
In case of inquiry.
Yes, and sorry, I wasn't trying to suggest that you were being cynical at all. I think that's where that line of thought might have been going. So as we've already discussed, down at my paragraph 48, at Waitangi on the 5th of February, Te Kēmara, who spoke first at the debates, said to Hobson that all his lands were gone, and he named Busby and Williams as those who had his lands. And the deed that I've taken you to was, of course, a deed with Henry Williams. Dr. Phillipson notes in his evidence that Te Kēmara statements indicated that he understood the transactions he had entered into were final in nature. He understood he no longer held the lands that Busby and Williams did, and he asked Hobson to tell Williams to return the lands to him. And the next key element to this transaction is my paragraph 51. In November 1841, Te Kēmara appeared before the Land Commissioners in Kororareka. And the Crown submits of all people to appear before the Commission, Te Kēmara had every incentive and opportunity to repudiate the transaction he had entered into with Williams and to explain why it was not a permanent sale, given what he had said at Waitangi. A record written by Henry Tacey Kemp as interpreter of his evidence states, I'm going to refer to Te Kēmara, it was made clear that the word Kāmera was a reference to Te Kēmara. Te Kēmara, a native chief, not understanding the nature of an oath, declared he will tell the truth, states, "That is my signature to the deed now before the court. About 5 years ago, I, with the rest of the chiefs whose names are to it, sold the land therein described to Mr. Williams for the money and goods stated, which we received. The land belonged to us. We understood that we parted with the land forever. The boundaries are correctly described in the deed. It was read and explained to us before we signed. I fully understood it and was satisfied. We've never sold this land before, and it has never been disputed by other natives." Now, there has been the suggestion that the records of the Commission of this kind were, I think, rote. That is, that there was a rather formulaic recording of the evidence given by Māori in this kind of way. And my submission is either this record is a fraud or it is not. Either it is true or it is not. And I have no evidence to suggest it is not true that Te Kemara did not say these words. The evidence is he said these words to the Commission. Now,
So,
yes.
Mr. Irwin, I think one of the points is that when you look at the words, maybe that there is a formulaic quality to them.
Yes.
And so, doesn't that throw some doubt into that the nuances of what is being said at the time are escaping those who are recording what is said?
No, and as I say, my response to that notion, as I've said, is either this is a fraud or it is not. Just because the record that was taken down by the record keeper, in this case Henry Tacey Kemp, seemed to be rather formulaic, does not mean that we should doubt that in the Māori language Te Kemara said anything other than to the Commission. I fully understood it and was satisfied.
I wasn't suggesting it was a fraud. I was suggesting maybe this is an instance where, to a certain extent, people are still talking past each other.
No, I think they're sitting in the same room and talking with one another. And I think this record is clear. This is a case where the words of the deed in 1836 imply a clear and final sale. Te Kemara regrets it and says in 1840, give the lands back to me. For whatever reason, come November 1841, on this particular transaction with this particular land, he says, I understood, I sold it. Those are the facts.
And do we know whether he left the land?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, I think obviously the tribunal will go back and look a bit further into that. Because one of the reasons he might have said that is maybe he thought there was still a place for him on that land.
And I don't think that fact, assuming that he did remain on the land, that does not mean he had not sold the land in 1836 and entered into an arrangement with Williams afterwards. It might have been the case that through agreement, an informal agreement with Henry Williams, that he was allowed to reside on the land, having sold it. There might not have been a formal lease arrangement, but there might have been an arrangement. And my point is that the mere fact of Te Kemara or others continuing to reside on that land in particular does not repudiate the sale.
So the fact that people did remain on land that was supposedly sold, how does the Crown interpret that?
I think it becomes a real issue, and we might come to it a bit later, in terms of the surplus lands and the length of time that people are residing on some of the lands, particularly the surplus lands. And we'll come to that a bit later. But at this point in time, the Crown maintains the submission that on this particular land, even on the assumption that Te Kemara or other Māori continue to reside on, I think it's these 500 acres at Te Hihi, that does not repudiate the sale.
I still don't quite understand what the Crown's position is. Yes, I do want to talk about it in surplus lands and the problems that it creates, but I don't quite understand what the Crown understands by the fact that Māori continued to reside on lands that they had supposedly sold and that they understood they had sold, which means that it's exclusive property of somebody else and they have no more relationship with it.
There are cases where Māori and settlers transacted prior to the treaty being signed, where the language of the deed indicates a full and final sale and where Māori continued to reside on the land. That's clear, that happened. The land commissioners sought to identify and exclude from their recommendations those areas to ensure that Māori continued to reside on those lands. We asked Mr Stirling and Mr Towers to identify examples where, through the old land claims process, Māori who were in actual occupation of their lands lost title to their lands as a result, and he did not identify a single example of that. So conceptually, that Māori continued to reside on land transacted with settlers does not repudiate, if it was a full and final sale, the continued occupation of Māori does not necessarily repudiate that sale. Rather, conceptually, there's nothing to stop somebody who sold their land to somebody else from entering into an arrangement, informal or otherwise, with them. Could be a formal arrangement in terms of a lease, for instance, that they'll continue to occupy certain lands at the behest of the new owner. There's no reason in principle why the continued occupation by Māori of lands that they've transacted repudiates any sale.
My impression is that they continued to occupy whether the new owner liked it or not, in some instances.
Well, that may or may not be the case, but I think you ought to be careful about, come to write the report, looking at specific factual situations. And as I've already said, I think a really important point is that as I've said, I cannot point to an example where the land commissioners were aware of lands actually occupied by Māori and where those lands were where title to those lands was taken away from Māori as a result of the Commission's process.
Since you brought that up, don't we also have to look at Richmond's report saying there are innumerable instances where Māori are in occupation of kāinga and cultivations, yes, but we haven't actually protected or accepted those lands, and they were actually looking to Grey to do it, and Grey didn't do it. So it mightn't actually appear in the old Land Claims Commission record on those particular instances.
Well, it's difficult because, as I say, we expressly asked the witnesses in question, Mr Stirling and Mr Towers, we asked in writing, can you please identify, we referred to that very statement by Richmond and said, can you please identify for us examples where these lands that were actually occupied were not protected and where title was lost to these lands. And no examples were identified. And what we do have some evidence of is situations where the commissioners have expressly excluded those kinds of areas from their recommendations. And the issue probably becomes far more problematic in terms of the surplus lands issue, which the Crown has conceded, because there the Crown has conceded that Māori did actually lose kāinga and cultivations through the Crown's claim to the surplus lands. So it's certainly an issue to do with respect to the surplus lands, but not in respect of grants to settlers as far as I can tell.
Yes, well, I just wonder whether the question you asked the researchers was actually possible. It was actually possible to answer, because the whole point is that Richmond and the Old Land Claims Commission didn't actually leave a paper record of those exceptions. But let's move on to surplus lands, because...
Well, I thought I'd actually move on
just
to...
before you move there, Mr Irwin, am I right in hearing you that you say because Māori continued to occupy the lands, that is not an indication that the sale was repudiated?
Yes.
But in the same, as I've understood many of the claimant submissions, Māori continuing to occupy the land is an indication of that they had a different understanding of the sale. Isn't that, may not necessarily be an indication that they repudiated the sale, but they had a different understanding of the sale in that the land was not totally gone?
No, well,
Are you talking about a sale in terms of a theory and sale in terms of a practice?
Yes, exactly. And so, in terms of the theory, in terms of the concept, the Crown submits that there is no reason in principle why the continued occupation of land by Māori is inconsistent with the sale of the land. I mean, it happens all the time.
But it could be an indication of a different understanding of what the transaction was.
And that is what the Land Commissioners needed to investigate and did investigate in my submission.
Well, did they, or were they about investigating whether compensation was adequately paid? Did they really investigate the validity of the transactions that happened?
Yes, they absolutely investigated the validity of the transactions, and they were also made aware of situations where Māori were in continued occupation. I want... Oh, sorry, Dr. Parsonson.
Yes, I was just thinking, one of the questions that's lurking in the back of my mind is the trust deeds that the missionaries entered into with Māori, which of course were not brought before the Commission, and whether there might be any overlap, the extent to which there might be an overlap between lands covered by trust deeds, which the missionaries entered into in the late 30s in an attempt to protect Māori, and whether there was an overlap with those deeds and with those of themselves in respect of their own claimed properties and or those of other settlers, and whether in fact Māori gave their assent to those deeds, and what that would indicate to us possibly about their the earlier transactions that they might have entered into and how they understood themselves any possible overlap. That's what I'm getting to.
I do address the trust deeds at the end of the submission in response to one of the Tribunal's questions in the Statement of Issues. Right. The trust deeds were, to a limited extent, brought before the Commissioners. The Commissioners asked, I think, the protectors to provide copies of the trust deeds, and at least in one situation considered a trust deed, but found that there had been a prior transaction before the trust deed transaction that overlapped with the land in question, yes. And on that basis considered that the prior transaction operated so as to mean the trust deed that came later couldn't repudiate the sale.
Right, yes, so that's interesting in terms of Māori who entered into the trust deed or put their names to it. you're saying had already entered into a previous transaction about or arrangement about that land.
From the example, I can't remember if it's the same people who put their names to both deeds.
Yes. Well, that raises another question, of course.
Of course, yeah.
In respect of the Commission understanding, not just of there being somebody before them who said that they hadn't agreed, but the limited nature, I suppose, of the Commission inquiry in terms of tikanga and the full extent of customary rights to lands that were before them.
Well, I'm going to address these questions as I go through these submissions. Where I was at was at page 17, and I make the point, just finishing off on the example I've taken the tribunal through, the example with Te Kemera and the land Te Hihi, which the Crown submits was a clear example of a sale prior to 1840. At paragraph 56, this does not mean that every pre-1840 transaction was a full and final sale, of course. The Crown notes 2 examples that were not full and final sales, and I go through those examples, my paragraphs 57 and 58. Perhaps I'll mention the second of those, paragraph 58. This was a Marmin's transaction of 300 acres for land known as Kapa Kapa at Hokianga. It appears Marmin married the daughter of Raumati and acquired the land from Raumati for 2 blankets. Marmin admitted in evidence to the commissioners that he got the land for such a low price because he was married to Raumati's daughter. Raumati's evidence to the commissioners was that he had not intended the payment as a sale of land. He said, and the records record, in hardly a formulaic way, I was perfectly satisfied with the payment as intending to prevent my selling the land to any Europeans. I did not understand at the time of the sale that I was to part with the land. The land is now my own. I consider it as such. Raumati's evidence was that whatever arrangement he had entered into with Marmin was not in the nature of a permanent alienation of land, and Marmin's claim was disallowed. Now, I think actually at this point I haven't mentioned one other fact, and I think it's the case that Marmin had separated from Raumati's daughter. I think that's the case. I think that's correct. And that's part of the context to this. So, despite whatever the words of the transaction were, I put up my hand and the Crown says that wasn't a full and final sale, and it was investigated and the commissioners recommended that Marmin's claim be disallowed. And I've taken the tribunal through another example in the written document. So the Crown submits that matters have moved on from the rather stark tuku whenua debate of the 1990s. It's not the case that all pre-1840 transactions were absolute sales. It's not the case that none of them were absolute sales. The issue was whether Māori and non-Māori engaging in the middle ground intended any particular transaction to be a permanent transfer of exclusive rights or of a different arrangement. And
sorry, can I just stop you there? Could you tell us your understanding of the concept of middle ground? Because it's actually a concept I struggle a little bit with, and yeah, I'd appreciate your view of it, of what's meant by it.
I can only take you to my paragraph 31. And the quote, this is Dr. Phillipson's evidence, and he's quoting historian Richard White. And so that's my understanding of what Dr. Phillipson was meaning in reference to the middle ground. Diverse peoples adjust their differences through what amounts to a process of creative and often expedient misunderstandings. People try to persuade others who are different from appealing to what they perceive to be the values and practices of others. They often misinterpret and distort both the values and practices of those they deal with, but from these misunderstandings arise new meanings, and through them new practices, the shared meanings and practices of the middle ground. So from different cultural contexts, as I understand it being applied here in Northland, is that Māori and settlers are coming at times misunderstanding each other, but deriving, even through the misunderstandings, new meanings and new shared meanings and practices. They do derive a new way of thinking that is understood by both parties. And that's my understanding of the middle ground.
So when it comes to land transactions, are we in a situation where they're coming together, Māori are signing these deeds that say that it's final, Europeans are accepting that Māori might continue to live on those lands even though they've signed these deeds saying that they're sold, and that's the middle ground. But as time moves on, that middle ground shifts. And so by the time we get to the 1860s, 1870s, in fact, those understandings, we no longer have middle ground. We actually have a ground that's fully occupied by Europeans.
Well, I wouldn't characterise it in that way, and I would characterise it that by the latest, and I emphasise the latest, 1839 is the point in time where Dr. Phillipson said that Northland Māori had the understanding of the European notion of that sale and transaction. The way I characterise it, Dr. Anderson, is that, well, actually it's not, I think the key issue for the tribunal and the key issue that was for the land commissioners was to look at the individual circumstances of each transaction. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that you go through the hundreds of old land claims that were made in every single file. For what it's worth, the Myers Commission did it in 1948, I think. But it's... I caution against generalisations as to what all Māori thought at the time and what they all intended when they were entering into transactions with settlers. And the reason I say that is because when these are actually investigated, we have clear examples, I submit, where Māori appear before the Commission and explain, look, I just didn't intend a full sale. And that evidence is heard and taken into account and accepted. And the claim is disallowed. But we also have numerous examples of Māori coming before the Commission saying, I did intend to sell that land. And so it's the individual investigation that becomes the most important thing. The point of my submission is to really say, look, I accept that there's doubt that any of these sales or transactions were sales, and so the key thing becomes the investigation into that. Was it adequate? And what were Māori saying when they appeared before the Commission?
And I guess what Māori are saying, it depends on how far they have come on the middle ground, whether they've come over onto the European ground or whether they are still on their own ground.
Well,
their
that may-
whole, yeah, I mean, the whole way they will speak about a transaction will depend on their understanding.
Of course it will. Of course it will. It will depend on their understanding. But their understanding, as said in evidence to the Land Commissioners face to face, was at times I intended a sale, and at other times I didn't intend a sale. I mean, some of the evidence is intriguing that we have examples where some Māori were appearing on the same day contesting one settler's claim, and I think even for the same settler, I refer to this in my submission, accepting and supporting a settler's claim, indicating that in one instance they contested the settlers' the settlers' claim to the land, but in the other instance accepted it, which indicates to me that in those years, when this came before the Commission of 1842, 43, 44, they were accepting of the transaction.
But where's the middle, Mr. Irwin? And aren't you measuring it on a basis of there was a Pākehā understanding of this transaction, a Māori understanding, and we investigate things until we move the Māori understanding to result in a sale?
Well, I think part of the point I took it of the middle ground is that there's movement both ways. I'm not saying that the only way of looking at this is from a single perspective.
But it's still measured in terms of was there a sale or was there not a sale, sale being a European or Pākehā concept.
Well, there was an investigation into the transaction. I'll take you through the details around the scope of the investigation.
So, when these arrangements were initially entered into over quite a long period, and to the extent to which they survived, and that missionaries and some other settlers remained on the land, but with Māori occupying that land and, as we know, often planting on it, or on occasion others turning up to ask for extra payments because they hadn't in fact been paid, it must have been obvious to the Pākehā that clearly Māori were not thinking in terms of a final alienation of that land, certainly as it would have been understood in their own cultural context. And then we move to the arrival of a government and a formal investigation, and at that point the settlers ask their witnesses to come with them, and we then might consider that those who came might have a number of reasons for wishing to support the position of their Pākehā with whom they perhaps had developed a long relationship with. So there's from both sides, perhaps there are different cultural considerations that are entering into how people appear before and talk to the Commission, and above all give these statements which are, as we've said, pretty formulaic on the whole.
Well, Dr. Parsonson, I mean, you've raised a number of issues, and I address these issues in my submissions.
Yes.
Perhaps I'll continue to go through them. The next section of my submission is to look at the Māori words of the deeds The Crown submits that the text of the Māori deeds is relevant to your inquiry, to our understanding of what Māori considered they were doing when they signed these deeds. I'm not going to take you through the detail of that. The written submission makes it abundantly clear. The Crown submits that the Māori language of numerous deeds was clear beyond words such as tuku and hoko, but was quite descriptive of the alienation concerned. Now, the submission has an appendix to it, and the intention was to provide the text of all extant Māori language deeds from the Old Land Claims files. Not all the Māori language deeds are extant. Now, the appendix set out 85 of those Māori texts of 124. The simple reason for that was, to be honest, we ran out of time for including the additional deeds that weren't included, but those were deeds associated with George Clark's. There were multiple deeds associated with one of his claims. Again, there were multiple deeds associated with one of Davis's claims, and again with one of Charles Baker's claims. If the tribunal wished, I'd make the offer to extend that appendix to include all those additional texts.
Yes.
So the point of the submission at that point in the document is to make the point. There isn't a linguistic argument based on the Māori text of the deeds that all the deeds were not full and final sales. That's the point. Turning to the process that was followed, at my page 24, the Crown submits that the Old Land Claims process did allow an investigation into whether the pre-1840 transactions were sales or otherwise, and I go through the legislation that frames the inquiry. Mr. Sterling accepted in cross-examination that the commissioners did have the ability to investigate whether a true sale or some other form of arrangement had been agreed. And I'd note at my paragraph 89, when asked to clarify aspects of these instructions, these were the instructions issued to the Land Commissioners, GIP stated that the Commissioners were required to establish proof of conveyance according to the custom of the country and in the manner deemed valid by the inhabitants. And the Crown submits it was entirely open that the investigation by the Land Commissioners was to be an investigation into whether there was a sale or some other arrangement.
I was interested in the ability to recommend a lease. Do you have examples where the Commission actually did recommend a lease rather than a grant?
I can't think of one, and in saying that, I'm genuinely not aware of one. I would probably be surprised if there was one.
And why would? Because you haven't found one, or because
because it hasn't been drawn to my attention through the evidence.
Right.
Now, that's not to say that Mr Sterling and Mr Towers' report is a rather long one.
I realise that, yes.
It's not to say that somewhere in the detail of that or in the document bank that there is something of that kind.
So would you care to speculate why? I mean, clearly it was very rare that, if indeed it ever happened, that they recommended a lease. Would you care to speculate as to why that might be?
Speculation's very, very dangerous thing to do, but I'll engage in the speculation in good faith.
Yes.
But the record's clear that I am speculating.
Yes.
We know that there are just over 500 claims made in Northland, and just over 100 of the claims are either withdrawn or not pursued. And we can speculate as to why that was the case. And I'd say in the submission that it does seem to be a real possibility that one of the reasons those claims weren't pursued or were abandoned was because settlers knew Māori were not going to support them in their claim. No doubt settlers wanted as secure a title to land as they could get, and that would have been a Crown grant as opposed to a form of a lease. Presumably the lease would have, well, it's actually unclear in principle the form of the lease that would have been granted to the settler. I'm trying to conceive, I mean, would it have been a lease that was recognised by Māori to the settler of customary land at a time when I don't think our legal system recognised that kind of leasehold arrangement, or would it have been some kind of leasehold arrangement from the Crown? Just not sure.
It would have been an interesting discussion had that taken place in front of the Commission as to how Māori then spoke about a possible arrangement of that sort, as opposed to a full and final alienation.
But it did. I mean, I accept it does seem to be. These claims were about claims by settlers that they had bought the land and that the deeds were sale deeds. They weren't leasehold arrangements. At least that's the way they're written.
From the settler side, yes.
And so the claims that are coming before the commissioners are claims that settlers have bought the land. Yes. That seems to be the case, and so you were asking me to speculate as to why the Commission wasn't recommending leases. I suspect the key reason is because as I say, the claims were that the lands had been sold and that the deeds were sale deeds. Now. I want to move on to the work of the protectors. My page 29. And as we know, the protectors were required to discuss claims with Māori communities prior to the hearings of the claims. We know that in March 1841, Clark reported on his investigation in the Kaipara district. We know that in June that year he forwarded translations of protests from Bay of Islands, Hokianga, Waimate and Whangaroa areas to the commissioners. Mr Armstrong's evidence says that this suggested Clark had conducted an investigation similar to his earlier investigation in the Kaipara district. How else would he have known of these protests from Māori? Clark wrote again in August that year to the commissioners, including other protests from lands in the northern district. And again, Mr Armstrong's evidence is that this showed the Protectorate's office was conducting inquiries on a regular basis. Stirling and Towers discuss 4 early petitions made by Māori concerning settlers' claims to land, and they say there's nothing to suggest that Clark or his protectorate had done anything to investigate or report on these petitions. Respectfully, the Crown disagrees because we know that the protectors did forward petitions concerning these kinds of lands to the commissioners. Bearing in mind that the protectors had received the petitions, and we know that the protectors sent copies of petitions relating to these lands or these districts to the commissioners, there's just no reason why they would not have forwarded these petitions on. And I go through those petitions that were made by Māori, each of the 4, and in none of those cases were the interests of the petitioners ignored or not investigated.
Mr. Irwin, are you saying, I realise you're talking about the effectiveness of the protectorate largely here, are you saying that there actually isn't much protest? Is that one of your points, or because, well, is it?
I mean, well, as a matter of fact, there doesn't seem to be much record of complaint. And this is something that Mr. Stirling and Mr. Towers say. And one of the key parts of the context is, as I've already mentioned, we know that I think 109 claims were either abandoned or not pursued by settlers, and it's a real possibility that the reason why that happened was because the settlers knew that there were going to be, their claims were not going to succeed. Settler claimants had to pay fees in order to have their claims heard and to obtain a Crown grant. So it wasn't a simple case of getting it. They had to invest money in their claim, and the Crown submits that it's a real possibility in those 109 cases that settlers might have abandoned claims because they knew Māori were not going to support them.
Mr. Irwin, is it clear that these were resident settlers who didn't pursue their claims? You don't have any idea that some of them may simply have been speculators passing through?
I'm not sure of the detail of that. There were 109.
Yes, that is another possibility, that in fact some proportion of those who did not pursue their claims were not people who had actually put down roots.
We are speculating, and I accept that. Mr. Stirling and Mr. Towers say we need to be careful. We're speculating here as to the reasons. Mm-hmm. That's a possibility. Mm-hmm. My suggestion is a possibility. I mean, another possibility is the settler claimant had simply died.
Yes.
Just to get back to the question of protest, or the lack of apparent protest, and the significance of that, and I think it's Gray who says, no, there hasn't been much protest, but that's because Māori are still occupying and Europeans haven't started on selling. And once that starts to happen, that's when we're going to start seeing I think he calls a volcano of protest. So do you have a comment on that?
I may, if I may just follow that up following the hearing.
All right. I can give you a reference, Dr. Phillipson's report, A1, page 159.
Thank you. Just in the interests of moving through the submissions and the presentation, and to just cap off that section the evidence does show that the protectors were investigating claims. They said that they were having trouble because Māori were insisting upon a payment before they even spoke to the protectors, so that was an issue for them. But the evidence is that they were investigating the claims. I have a section setting out addressing the question of whether they had a conflict of interest. The Crown submits that there is not evidence in this inquiry that the protectors had a conflict of interest such that Māori were in any way prejudiced. And it's intriguing that the complaints about the protectors are from settlers who complain that the protectors seem to be biased towards the Māori point of view. I set out a section at my page 35 about their attendance at hearings. I then come to the issue of notice. Notice, I think, is very important because conceptually, if we accept there's doubt as to whether these pre-1840 transactions were sales, and there's going to be an investigation into them, then Māori need to know that that investigation's happening. And so notice is really quite important. Now, there certainly was notice. And I go through the notice that was given. I think the only potential flaw in the notice that was given is Dr. Rigby's concern that in addition to the notices that were actually put in public places, in addition to word spreading by word of mouth, in addition to notice being given in the English language in the Gazette, there wasn't notice given in the Māori language government gazette, Te Kahiti, of which Dr. Rigby's critical. I think if there was no notice, that would be an obvious concern and failure. The Crown submits that the notice that was given was adequate, despite that one potential deficiency in the failure to also give notice in the Māori Language Gazette. And I do refer to Mr. Armstrong's evidence, which might explain why that was the case in the written submission. I come then to the issue of Māori opposition to claims, which we've already discussed in part. And there, so I'm at my page 40, at the top of the page. There were few claims that were disallowed that were disallowed as a result of Māori opposition, and we're able to be quite specific about the numbers of claims involved here. 392 were allowed, 91 were disallowed because the claimant didn't appear, 18 were otherwise disallowed, and 18 were withdrawn. At my paragraph 147, the Crown submits that this does not show the process followed was flawed. It appears that there were very few claims that Māori opposed, and that where Māori did voice their opposition, this mattered. In response to one of my written questions, Sterling and Towers, my question was about the possibility of the 109 claims that were either disallowed or withdrawn. My question was about, well, isn't it a possibility that settlers knew there was Māori wouldn't support the claim, and that could have been a reason why the claim was disallowed. And I mean, one of the reasons why we suggested that was because Stirling and Towers in their main report provide an example where that did happen. But in their written response, they said a failure to produce Māori witnesses was, this is at the bottom of page 40. They say a failure to produce Māori witnesses was certainly no bar to their claim succeeding, as discussed at pages 354 to 363. And I think those examples bear much closer scrutiny. So what they are saying is that these are examples where claims by settlers succeeded despite a failure to produce Māori witnesses. And I've gone through the 10 examples that they give in those pages, and the Crown submits that these examples do not generally show that title to the land was granted to settlers despite Māori not providing evidence in support of the claim. On the contrary, the Crown submits that of these examples, there are only 2 out of a total of 519 claims, or out of a total of the 900 out of a total of a lesser number that were actually pursued, where claims were approved in the absence of Māori evidence in support of the claim, and only 1 example where a claim was allowed in part in those circumstances. And so I go through those examples. And the examples show that where Māori are voicing their opposition, they are being heard. I would note at the top of page 44, in one of these situations, this is a claim by Gundry to 500 acres at Mangamuka. There was no evidence from any Māori witness in support of the claim, and Commissioner Fitzgerald said that although he was satisfied of the validity of the purchase, he said, "I cannot, in the absence of native testimony, recommend any part of that land being granted to the claimant." And the underlining in the quote is from Commissioner Fitzgerald. And that was... And when you trace through these examples to the recommendations and whether the grants were actually made or not, we find there are only 2 situations where settlers were awarded title in the absence of any Māori evidence at all, and I think there's 1 situation where a claim was allowed in part, where there was no Māori evidence. My paragraph 154, where Māori did give evidence, it appears the evidence was taken seriously by the commissioners. In May 1843, Commissioner Godfrey said that none of the commissioners could, quote, recall to mind a single investigation in which the testimony given to us by the natives was not deserving of the most entire credibility, end quote. And Stirling and Towers say that the claims that were heard and opposed by those Māori present did not generally succeed. They say that as a rule, the Commission disallowed a claim where the Māori party to the transaction denied it. And they also say that those opposed by only some Māori, particularly those not involved in the transaction, were often validated, albeit with qualifications. But the qualifications were to exclude the interests claimed by Māori who had not signed the deed. Stirling and Towers identify and discuss 7 claims that were disallowed due to Māori opposition, and I make some submissions in respect of those. And it does show that the commissioners regarded credible evidence from Māori as just that, credible evidence. And the commissioners relied on the evidence to dismiss certain claims. My paragraph 168 These examples are important. The purpose of the Old Land Claims Commission was to establish whether a valid transaction had taken place in the 519 Northland claims. Evidence set out in this submission demonstrates that the Commission disallowed a number of claims where Māori gave evidence that they had not intended true sales. The evidence also shows that a number of claimants reduced or abandoned their claims prior to hearings taking place, quite possibly because they were aware that Māori vendors were unlikely to support their claim. 109 out of 519 claims were abandoned before the Commission heard them. The Crown therefore submits that the Land Commission system protected Māori interests both through its formal hearing process and through the fact of its existence, which deterred claimants from pursuing unjust claims.
Excuse me, Mr. Irwin, I'd just like to go back to page paragraph 165 just for a minute, please, which is Brodie's claim for 3,000 acres at Matodi Bay, and you refer to the fact that Māori who gave evidence on that occasion, whose name, Te Tari perhaps, that when he found that the property considered to be as Matodi, he returned the payment, saying we did not sell the land at Matodi or the islands. Now, I wouldn't expect, given that the majority of claims got held before the Commission, that this was a statement that was made very often. But I would be interested in, did you find any other examples where speakers did state that they returned the payment?
Yes, I thought, and I did, I think, identify some of those in the submission. I seem to recall possibly at least two examples where payment was made by way of I'm just thinking there was payment made by way of a horse that might have been returned. I thought I had come across some of those, but I've identified those in the written document where I have come across them.
Thank you. Yes, because that was certainly not uncommon over time if we go back into the 20s and 30s. But yes, as I said, given that most Māori were there to support the Pākehā, you perhaps wouldn't expect to find such evidence very often.
That's correct. But on the few, and I accept it as the few occasions where Māori are coming saying, no, I repudiate the deal that we had, particularly where they are the signatories to the deed, the evidence is that as a rule, the claim of the settler was disallowed. And where Māori are coming before the Commission who haven't signed the deed and are saying, we weren't a party to the deed, but we have interests, Stirling and Tower's evidence is that their interests were excluded from the recommendations. And again, I have to accept that that's only a few situations. But in accepting that that's just a few situations doesn't mean that we should sceptically think that there was a general failure throughout the other claims. The evidence is a good and adequate notice was given of the process. I haven't come across evidence to suggest Māori misunderstood the process. In fact, on the contrary, as I mentioned earlier, there's evidence of people on the same day with the same settler claimant contesting one claim and supporting another, indicating that not only do we have to look at each individual transaction, but also that Māori had a particular understanding about the individual transactions concerned.
Yes, those are quite interesting arrangements for us to have a look at.
I come to the issue of reserving or excluding lands actually occupied by Māori, which is an issue that we've discussed. I Dr. Anderson asked me some questions about this earlier. You took me to the statement made by the commissioners that in instances innumerable, Māori had been allowed and frequently encouraged to remain on the land with an assured promise or understanding of never being molested. And the commissioners advised that Māori areas of occupation, cultivations, fishing grounds and wāhi tapu should in every case be reserved to Māori unless they have to a certainty been voluntarily and totally abandoned. And I mean, I've already said this, but the problem, and the issue for me was, well, can we identify some examples where we can say Māori lost title to these lands actually occupied by them? That was the point of the question to Stirling and Towers, and I take your point, Dr. Anderson. You're suggesting that it would have been very difficult for them to have identified an example on the records. But from my perspective, or from the Crown's perspective, the Crown cannot point to an example and cannot advise you of an example where lands were granted to settlers that included lands actually occupied by Māori. The Crown has conceded that this was a real issue with the surplus lands, because the surplus lands claimed by the Crown did include lands actually occupied by Māori.
I'm wondering one example. Now, I can't remember whether it ended up being a surplus land issue, but was Kemp's grant for 9,000 acres, and no reserves were set aside, and yet Māori did continue to occupy that land.
I'll have a look at that.
I think that brings us to kind of the process of what happens, and I think Dr. Phillipson and Mr. Stirling and Towers both talked about this idea about the perfectibility of grant.
Yes.
And Fitzroy's idea that yes, there were these many situations where Māori continued to occupy land that had supposedly been sold. But I'm going to issue the grant anyhow because they will be perfectible over time. Māori will come to understand what a sale means.
Well, no, I didn't actually understand that last point to be what was going on. I understood that it was really an issue of surveys, and that the problem was the lack of surveyors in New Zealand at the time, which I go through in the submission. And Fitzroy's answer to this was, well, we can just get on with things. We can issue a perfectible grant. We can issue an unsurveyed grant. And Māori interests will be protected because when it comes to the survey, their rights will be excluded at that point. And
well, that's not how I read it.
Right.
I read it as, and I think Dr. Phillipson and Mr. Stirling, let's say I read their argument as being that perfectible grants where he thinks Māori would become accustomed to European ways and make a willing and permanent cession of areas inside the Crown grant on which they were still living.
Who's saying those words?
Well, I would have to check whether that's actually Fitzroy saying it or what Dr. Phillipson says Fitzroy is thinking. But
I think the whole point of Fitzroy's unsurveyed grants was because there just weren't enough surveyors, and that they were hamstrung, and Fitzroy wanted to make some progress in that regard. And it might be the case that that Fitzroy made that statement. My submission remains that the point was Māori interests could still be protected once a survey occurred. And I guess, is it an issue at all? Because Fitzroy's unsurveyed grants, as I understand it, were overturned. They didn't have lasting effect.
I can't respond because I'd have to check the facts for that.
Fitzroy, I think, was referring to the fact that good claimants would have good title in respect of Māori whose interests they had extinguished, but that there would be other claimants who might come forward, and therefore he envisaged, I think, that as they did so, they would come to some arrangement with the settler, and he doesn't seem to have envisaged any other solution other than that at that point, as each group came forward, the settler would perfect his title. In other words, he would perfect his title to the entire land that he was claiming.
Well, I think I've taken the tribunal as far as I can on that point. I'm happy to look into the question around the full aspects of the perfectibility of and the reasons behind the perfectibility of Fitzroy's unsurveyed grants. I was just trying to...
Were they legal?
Beg your pardon?
Were they legal?
My point, as I was just about to say, was that my understanding is that they were all overturned and did not have legal effect at a later stage.
Yes,
I was just trying to find where in the document I say that. I'm not sure that I necessarily do, but why don't I follow that up just to check of the validity of the unsurveyed grants.
Thank you.
I think one point was clear, though, and I will mention it somewhere in the document, that Mr. Sterling accepted in cross-examination that given that the unsurveyed grants were overturned and actual surveyed grants weren't issued until I think the late 1850s and the early 1860s. If there is any prejudice to Māori through the issuing of those grants, for instance, if any of those grants at that time include within them lands actually occupied by Māori, it's only at that stage that Māori could be said to suffer prejudice. Time is running. Perhaps if I take the tribunal to my page 56. And Fitzroy's promise to return the surplus lands. The claimant generic submissions do not refer to two statements made by Governor Fitzroy that he would return surplus lands to Māori. The Crown notes that claims to surplus lands were investigated through the Myers Royal Commission of Inquiry in the late 1940s, and all claims were settled in 1953 through the Māori Purposes Act. And I discuss that commission and the Act later in these submissions. Notwithstanding that these submissions address Fitzroy's statements below, the statements, before coming to the statements, I set out in full the written discussion that Fitzroy had with Lord Stanley on the question of surplus lands, and the Tribunal will be familiar with that. It would, just to surmise though, Fitzroy communicated to Stanley his idea that the surplus lands should be returned to Māori. Stanley, or the Colonial Office through Lord Stanley, explained the basis for the Crown's claim to the surplus lands. And I think essentially it was on the premise that there was an actual sale of the land by Māori to settler. The Māori interests in the land had gone. Either there was a sale or there wasn't. And on the premise that there was a sale to the settler, the issue for the new government of the day was, do we recognise, having investigated that transaction and assuming on the premise that we recognised there was a sale, the Māori interest in the land was sold, it was gone. The issue for the government, or the issue became an issue as between the government and the settler. How much should the government give through a Crown grant to the settler? And so that was the explanation given by Lord Stanley as to the basis of the surplus lands policy. The government's policy, of course, became that it would grant up to a certain amount to settlers, and it would retain the surplus for itself. Now, I take the Tribunal through the statements made by Fitzroy. The other day, Dr. Anderson, you asked me a question, yesterday, you asked me a question about Fitzroy's statements. And I think just before the break we could look at that. So the first statement that Fitzroy made on arrival in New Zealand was made very recently after his arrival. He arrives on the 23rd of December. I'm at my page 58. On the 23rd of December he arrives in Auckland. On the 26th of December he meets numerous people at a levee, including rangatira at Auckland, and there's a report in the Southern Cross about what he says. And your question to me yesterday was just around the issue of whether Māori were concerned at this point in time about the surplus policy, and about whether Māori were proactively raising their hand and saying to Governor Fitzroy that we're concerned about the policy, or whether settlers were saying to Fitzroy, Māori are concerned about the policy. That was your question yesterday. So I've set out the relevant statements made by Fitzroy, but I thought we might actually go to the original document itself. This is H20 at page 110, which we'll have brought up on the screen. And where I'd like to go to is the far right-hand side of the document. And, oh, that's perfect actually, just up a little, just back up a little. Perfect. So this is a part of the report that I don't refer to in the written submission. On the right hand, this is on the right hand column, we have some text above. I suggest that the screen just remain where it is, but just above this, it says that at 1 o'clock that day, His Excellency held his first levee at Government House. It says the introduction by the Chief Protector of Aborigines of several powerful and influential native chiefs excited the utmost interest. And then the text of the article goes on to talk about what the chief said. And they welcomed Governor Fitzroy, congratulated him on a safe arrival, and then it's just at this point, and you'll see on the screen, this part sets out their concerns, because they raise concerns, and the key concern that they raise concerns preemption. They say they thought they were only giving the government a right of first refusal, but they don't mention the surplus lands policy. And it's in reply to these statements that Fitzroy raises the question himself of the surplus lands further down the page, and this is also recorded, if you want to go back to my written document, which might be easier to follow, on page 58. He says an investigation would be made regarding all lands purchased from them by Europeans, and after allowing certain portions of these lands to such Europeans in accordance with certain arrangements, these are the critical words, and upon certain principles, all the surplus lands should revert to the original native owners where such owners or their descendants were in existence and could be found, but that in the event of the original owners not being discovered, the surplus lands would be claimed and held by the Crown. And so just in answer to your question yesterday, Dr. Anderson, just having reviewed this page, and feel free to take the time yourself to review that page, I couldn't see anywhere a reference to Māori raising the issue of surplus lands or it being raised on their behalf.
Could I just ask Mr. Ewan, while you're perhaps pursuing this topic, would you mind checking whether there were any reports, say from protectors of Aborigines, that Fitzroy perhaps had seen before he left England? And I'm just raising that because, as you say, he put to the Secretary of State before he left a number of issues altogether, one of which was whether preserving the Crown's right of preemption was actually in accordance with the treaty. I can't remember exactly how much he said on it on that occasion, but he was clearly worried about the position of the Crown as the sole land purchaser, and of course he raised the surplus lands. But I just wondered if you'd check whether in fact there was a basis in his own reading before he left England that some of these issues were already, he was aware possibly that some of these issues were of concern to Māori.
Yes, I'll follow that up.
Thank you.
Now, I've got more to say about this topic, so perhaps now's a good time to pause.
We'll break for morning tea and come back at 11.
Let's go.
Kia ora tātou, can people start making their way to their seats, please? Mr. Merito, you're needed up here. Kia ora. And then they were coming. Kia ora tātou. I hope everyone... Oh, kaya ngā kuia. Oh. Kia ora tātou. Mr. Irwin, we'll just close off this issue. Is it issue 2? And then we'll move on to
Issue 4.
Issue 4.
Yeah.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou.
I just wanted to address an issue that we'd discussed before the break, and that was just the issue around the validity of the unsurveyed grants. And in my submission at page 55, at paragraph 191, and in the middle of my paragraph there, the Crown submits, Mr. Sterling confirmed in cross-examination that Governor Gray cancelled Fitzroy's unsurveyed grants, and by and large, surveyed grants were not completed until the late 1850s and early 1860s. So before the break, I said to members of the tribunal I'd just identify the evidence for that, and there is the evidence for that proposition.
I suppose I was just interested also, Mr. Irwin, in what legal basis there could have been for Fitzroy to proceed in this manner.
If I could now come back to the issue of the surplus lands. So to my page 58, and before the break I'd taken members of the tribunal to the published report of the levy that Governor Fitzroy attended 3 days after his arrival in New Zealand, and I set out at the bottom of that page the relevant quote. Now that's the quote from the right-hand side of the page of the Southern Cross, but also on the same page there is another reference to a statement made by Fitzroy in respect of the surplus lands. And if we turn the page to my page 59, I set out for the tribunal that other statement, which is Captain Fitzroy has unequivocally and with most perfect sincerity disowned any and every intention on the part of the government to appropriate to themselves the surplus lands of the original settlers, that they are to revert to the original owners. The government is to act as an umpire between the two for the purposes of justice solely. The claim to the lion's share is abandoned. Now there is another record that the tribunal may, for completeness, ought to be aware of, and I set that out there. And then that's the record from 1845 by publication Martin's New Zealand. And there is also, of course, the diary entry of the meeting that Fitzroy had with Ngāpuhi Rangatira at Waimate in September 1844, and it's the second day of the hui. The only record that we have that makes reference to a statement concerning the surplus lands is a missionary's diary, where it said there that the land which has been sold to Pākehās, or rather the portion of it which is over and above the quantity granted to each claimant according to the established scale, is no longer taken possession of by government or governor, I'm not sure, it just says gov, but reverts to the original owners. Fitzroy did not report these statements in any communications, official or otherwise, to the Colonial Office. The Crown is unaware of any other historical source for Fitzroy's statements regarding the return of the surplus lands. And I make certain submissions in respect of these statements. And the first is simply to make the point that's already been made that there... paragraph 207. And the first point I wish to make is at this point in time, so December 43 or July 44, September 44, there is no evidence that Northland Māori were concerned about the status of surplus lands by the time of Fitzroy's arrival, and there's no evidence that they raised it with him. And I will see what we can find, Dr. Parsonson, in terms of reports by the protectors to Fitzroy prior to his coming to New Zealand.
Yes, perhaps not to him himself, but to the Colonial Office.
To the Colonial Office.
Thank you.
I refer to the evidence in this regard. Mr. Johnson's evidence is that it's difficult to know the extent of Ngāpuhi objection towards the policy between 1840 and 1844. If I could also at this point just take tribunal members to my paragraph 251, and then we'll come back. I address this issue again and note that Stirling and Towers confirm that there is no direct evidence of concern by Ngāpuhi Māori about the Crown surplus lands policy. They say only the Second Commission had to deal with protests to the surplus lands. So those are those words. I haven't quoted them, but having double-checked Stirling and Towers' report, Stirling and Towers at A9C, page 42, their words are only the Second Commission had to deal with protests relating to the surplus lands. Coming back then to my paragraph 209, it seems that Fitzroy, having raised the issue of surplus lands with Lord Stanley before coming to New Zealand, raised the point himself at the levee in December 43 and again at the private hui of September 44. There must be some doubt as to precisely what Fitzroy in fact said at either occasion. The Southern Cross article, and there are two references that I've taken you to on the one page, aren't entirely consistent. One reference suggests that the Crown's claim to the surplus lair was altogether lands was altogether abandoned, and just turning back to that statement at the top of my page 59, the statement is Captain Fitzroy has unequivocally disowned any and every intention on the part of the government to appropriate to themselves the surplus lands and they're to revert to the original owners. And the only way of interpreting that is all the surplus lands are to return to Māori. And if we keep coming back one page to the other reference, to the other quote from the Southern Cross, that is not consistent. It says, here Fitzroy is saying, upon certain principles, which we don't know what those principles are, all the surplus lands should revert to the original native owners, where such owners or their descendants were in existence and could be found, but that in the event of the original owners not being discovered, the surplus lands would be claimed and held by the Crown. My simple point is, the two statements aren't consistent. One says unequivocally the Crown's abandoned all claims to all surplus lands, and the other statement saying Fitzroy is reported to have said, well, the Crown will keep some of the surplus lands. Where it can find the Māori owners, it will return them. Coming back to my paragraph 210, 211. I've tried to put his statements in a bit more context. The first statements made in December 43 are just after he has arrived in New Zealand, and they appear to be a statement of his future intentions towards a policy he was contemplating about the surplus lands. As I've mentioned in these submissions, few grants had in fact been made, given the lack of qualified surveyors. The land commissioners were still also conducting hearings into the Northland claims at that time. Their hearings continued through into the year 1844. And coming through into 44, there must be some doubt as to what Fitzroy actually said precisely, given the sole record we have, because that record at face value does tend to again conflict with the earlier statement in the Southern Cross. Now, I'm not denying that the statements were made. The simple point is the tribunal ought to be careful about precisely what Fitzroy actually did say. It does suggest, though, that Fitzroy hadn't finally determined for himself, at least by September 1844, precisely what his policy on the return of the surplus lands would be. I do note in the next paragraph, at the end of the paragraph, that the Myers Commission that looked into the issue of the surplus lands, they only had one record of Fitzroy's statements in this regard. That was the publication by Martin in 1845. But Sir Michael Myers, who expressed a minority view in the Commission report, said that Fitzroy's statement at best was unauthorised because it was inconsistent with Lord Stanley's view. And if I can just add to that, I think it is inconsistent with Lord Stanley's view. Lord Stanley set out in his response to Fitzroy the rationale for the surplus lands, and I mentioned this before the break. And he politely said to Fitzroy, there is a proper basis for the Crown's claim to the surplus lands. He did say in Fitzroy that he gave Fitzroy some flexibility in dealing with Māori. But I think, notwithstanding the flexibility that Stanley gave Fitzroy, if Fitzroy had altogether abandoned the Crown's claim to the surplus lands, as at face value some of these documents suggest, then that does appear to be inconsistent with Lord Stanley's view. And I took Dr. Phillipson to be at least implying that that was the case. That he said that we can only speculate as to why Fitzroy didn't repeat statements. His speculation, and it was speculation, was that he avoided the topic because he had disobeyed other instructions and was trying to govern amidst a storm of criticism. So I take Dr. Phillipson to be saying, or at least implying, that the reported stance that Fitzroy had in terms of the surplus lands was not consistent with Lord Stanley's view. But I saw Dr. Parsonson. Did you have a question?
I'm afraid I did. Yes, you said that you agree with the Myers Commission report that Fitzroy's statement was unauthorised as it was inconsistent with Lord Stanley's view. Which part of Lord Stanley's view, as you've given it on page 58, did you think it was inconsistent with?
So, so my reading of Lord Stanley's view, just broadly, is to say to Fitzroy there is a rationale for the surplus lands policy. He at the near the end of the first main paragraph that I've quoted, he says, hence the consequence seems immediately to follow. Property in the excess is vested in the sovereign as representing and protecting the interests of society at large. In other words, such land would become available for the purposes of sale and settlement. Yes. And he goes on to say in the next paragraph that especially it may happen that the natives may be... He goes on to provide some flexibility, which is the flexibility I mentioned. So yes. He says, especially it may happen that the natives may be found in possession of some lands, and in such contingency it would be your duty, I'm well aware how much it would be your inclination, yes. to deal with the original proprietors with the utmost possible tenderness and even to humour their wishes so far as can be done compatibly with the other and higher interests over which your office will require you to watch. Now, I don't think that gave Fitzroy to disclaim for the Crown the entirety, its claim in total to the surplus lands. Because, as Stanley has said, there is a rational basis to that claim, and so I don't think the flexibility that Stanley's referred to gives Fitzroy that licence.
Yes, although you could read it that he's saying this is the principle, and we would be able to sell the land if we acquired the surplus for settlement. And then he says, but there could be practical difficulties about applying this. And if that were the case, and Māori was still occupying or possessing some such lands and wished to resume them, then you may in fact find yourself wishing to go along with them. That's how I read that.
Yes, entirely, I agree.
And then he says, but then you have other and high, so far as it can be done, given that you've got other higher interests over which your office will require you to watch, which I suppose if you had to say what does that mean in English, it seems to be that he should be thinking about the interests of the settlers and the Crown in terms of settlement of the surplus lands, and that this would be useful. So, yes, I just am raising those points, which I think we'll consider, but it didn't seem to me that that he had actually, he had understood the reasons why Fitzroy had raised the fact that perhaps Māori should have the surplus lands back, and that he hadn't actually prohibited Fitzroy from proceeding on that basis.
Well, I think that the second paragraph that you've gone through of the quote does refer expressly to lands that Māori may be found in possession of.
Yes.
And so that's an important qualification, I think,
yes,
that of the surplus lands and of those where Māori are in actual occupation, in that contingency, it's your duty to deal with the original proprietors with the utmost tenderness. And he's aware of his inclination to do so. And so I read that as meaning you might choose to return some of the surplus lands, particularly where Māori are in actual occupation.
Well, he has got an either-or in that sentence. He says, or they may be prompted by feelings entitled to respect, earnestly to solicit the resumption of them. That seems to be either they may be in possession or they may solicit that they say they want them back. So, you know, I think there's an interesting set of wordings in there.
I agree. I hadn't really focused on the or and those additional words. And I mean, it's not a the Crown case doesn't stand or fall on the extent to which Fitzroy's statements were consistent or inconsistent with Lord Stanley's instructions.
Well, that's quite an important element, though, isn't it? Because he had raised this very deliberately with Stanley before he left England, as he had about Crown preemption, and he had a considered reply from the Secretary of State, and it just seemed to me that Stanley had given him considerable leeway, and Fitzroy was quite good at taking leeway.
I agree that he was given leeway. I'm not convinced that Stanley was giving full licence to disclaim all claims to the surplus lands. For instance, I mean, as I think you mentioned, at the end of that first paragraph, Stanley makes the point such land would become available, if the Crown keeps the surplus lands, it would be available for the purpose of sale and settlement.
Yes.
If Fitzroy disclaims all of that, it's not. And that's a significant impact to the new colony and to
well, I think
the government's desires.
Fitzroy was trying to think his way through this,
yeah,
and he comes out the other end. He doesn't, as you say, report it, which we might have expected a governor to do, but we also know that Fitzroy was a bad correspondent.
Now, another aspect that hadn't really been addressed, I don't think by anyone so much in evidence, is an aspect that I come to at my paragraph 215, which follows on from our discussion, Dr. Parsonson, about why it was Fitzroy didn't communicate these statements to the government, to the Colonial Office, or to Governor Grey. And the Crown submits that one reason not mentioned by Dr. Phillipson is that Fitzroy may have considered his statements had not amounted to a final policy about precisely how the return of the surplus lands would be effected, such that his policy could actually be reported. And I just refer to the context here. It's worth noting that at this time, and I'm talking about late 1844, the surplus lands had not been surveyed. And just going over the page, because they hadn't been surveyed, there had actually been nothing to prompt the Crown to actually decide to commit to its claim to the surplus lands or to return them. The issue hadn't confronted itself. It was a decision that lay for the future. And it's unclear how many surveys had been completed for Northland lands by the time Grey replaced Fitzroy as governor in November 1845, if any actually had been. As I say, Mr. Stirling said in cross-examination, surveyed grants were only issued by and large in the very late 1850s and early 1860s. And so by the time Fitzroy departed New Zealand, the decision about whether or not the Crown should retain the surplus lands still lay in the future. Furthermore, Lord Stanley's rationale for the Crown's retention of the surplus lands remained apposite, on the assumption that the commissioners had found the underlying transaction to be untainted by any fraud or injustice, and that the customary title had been justly extinguished, the land was vested in the Crown and available for settlement purposes. Now, I would remind the Tribunal that the Crown has made a concession in respect of the surplus lands policy. That is set out at the start of the submission.
Mr. Irwin, that statement that you have just read out, are you saying that that reduces the treaty breach, ameliorates the treaty breach?
No, I don't. No, I don't think. No, the treaty breach remains.
Yes. Does it reduce the prejudice? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think it does, because the key prejudice which is identified in the Crown's concession really focuses on lands that were lost to Māori in which they retained interests. So the Crown has conceded, amongst other things, as a part of the concession, that that Māori in this inquiry district lost lands that they actually occupied through the Crown's claim to the surplus lands policy.
And do you think it exacerbates the prejudice that Māori are given some form of understanding from Fitzroy that their land was safe, that those lands that weren't being occupied by settlers were going to revert to them, and therefore they actually supported the Crown and were reassured about the meaning of the treaty and the obligations. And then, in fact, they find many years later that that's not the case.
Well, I think just in terms of the facts, it's unclear to me quite what's coverage Ngāpuhi and Northern Māori had of Fitzroy's statements. So we have a statement made in Auckland, and no doubt that there are some chiefs from this inquiry district at that levy, although we don't know from the reports exactly which chiefs attended. And we clearly have a Ngāpuhi Rangatira meeting with Fitzroy privately in Waimate. I can't remember, I seem to recall we don't necessarily know exactly which chiefs were in attendance, but we can assume that there were a significant number of prominent chiefs and principal chiefs at that hearing. But it doesn't seem to be an issue for Ngāpuhi and Northern Māori from this point in time through into the 40s and actually through into the 50s and possibly beyond. Stirling and Towers say that the real concern that Northern Māori had about wasn't at this period of time through the 50s and 60s wasn't actually a concern about the surplus lands per se. They weren't saying, but hang on, government, your earlier governor made a promise to us that you'd return all the surplus lands to us and you're not. They weren't saying that in the 50s or 60s. In fact, I'm unaware of evidence of them saying it in the 19th century. What they're saying is twofold. They seem to be saying in later inquiries, either we weren't a part of the original transaction and our interests weren't addressed, or, and possibly more importantly, as time goes by, generations go by, Māori are coming and petitioning the government, including into the 20th century, saying, we've been residing on this land for a long time and we don't understand the Crown's claim to own this land, and we don't have an oral history of having sold this land. For generations we've been here, and that seems to be the issue come the 20th century, that it's a sense of bewilderment from Māori as to how does the Crown even claim this land? And then we have certain inquiries resulting in eventually the Myers Commission. So my point, sorry, it's a long answer to your question, but I haven't seen evidence from Ngāpuhi or Northern Māori identifying a broken promise. Even in the Myers Commission of the 1940s, it's after the Commission has, I think, concluded its hearings that they are referred to one statement. That's the statement, not that I've taken you through, it's the 1845 publication that makes some vague reference to Fitzroy's statements that he'd return the surplus lands. And so even by that stage, Māori are not coming to the government saying, you promised us to return the surplus lands and you failed to do that.
I suppose my point is that if Fitzroy hadn't made those promises at that time, we might have heard a lot more about it. But they took Fitzroy at his word and had faith in the good faith of the government. And they weren't confronted by the issue for many decades. So,
but
there
then
was
we would expect at some point, wouldn't we? Come the 1860s, 70s, 80s, we would expect a petition to say, you've broken your promise.
Right.
I would like to mention that the issue of the Crown of Māori for decades residing on lands is a part of the Crown's concession. Part of the Crown's concession in this regard was that in some cases it took decades to settle title or assert its own claim to these lands in further breach of the treaty. So the Crown's acknowledged that that was not good.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Irwin, just being aware of the time, do we want to wrap the session up now so we can move on to issue 4? Do you want to bring it to a conclusion?
I think that probably takes me to the end. I make a submission regarding the Waka 2 decision, but that's there in writing and the Tribunal can take that into account, and I've addressed the particular questions that the Tribunal has set out. I would make one final comment just in terms of the Myers Commission, which is the last issue that the Tribunal posed. How adequate was that inquiry? And I've set out my detailed response to that question and made the point that Actually, before making that point, I'd like to refer to the claimant generic closing submissions. This doesn't need to be brought up on the screen. It is 3.3.222 at paragraph 131. And this is the section of the claimant generic submissions that responds to this question. And as I understand it, the claimant's sole contention is around the terms of reference for the Commission. The Commission was essentially asked to investigate claims by Māori to the surplus lands and whether in good conscience or equity they had a claim, and if they did, to recommend compensation. And the Myers Commission found Māori did have a claim in equity and good conscience to the surplus lands claims. They disagreed on the basis of that. But my point is that the claimants in the generic submissions only concern appears to be with the terms of reference as such. They say this rather subjective standard that I've just mentioned was set up against the Crown, the conclusion that the Crown's claim to the surplus lands was without question and beyond doubt. Accordingly, the Myers Commission investigated whether the Crown's claim to surplus lands could be substantiated. The Myers Commission did not investigate the initial claims. They say that the investigation was inadequate. And respectfully, the Crown just takes a different point of view here. And at my paragraph 288, the Crown says the Commission's process was adequate. The Commission went to some lengths to describe its process, which included hearing evidence and submissions from claimants and their counsel. The Commission sat in kai kohe, granted extensions of time to allow counsel for the claimants to present their case. The Commission noted that it considered the précis of each file, that's each old land claim file, carefully and when necessary examined original files. The Commission estimated that its own work was equivalent to the hearing and determination of over 300 actions in the Supreme Court. And so it's incorrect to say the Commission did not investigate the initial claims. I think those are my submissions on issue 2.
Any questions? Any more questions?
Just one final question, Mr. Irwin, in respect of the Myers Commission. Professor Boast, who wrote about Judge Aitchison, was critical of the fact that Aitchison had written a report at the time supporting Māori claims in respect. Hang on. Sorry, I'm in the wrong issue.
Issue 4.
Next issue.
Issue 4.
Sorry.
Issue 4. You make the statement there that yes, Myers Commission's findings. There's no basis to conclude that yes. That's what we're moving to now.
Yeah, the Myers Commission. I think it's because they happen to be set up to look in the surplus lands. They also look into the Morco purchase.
Yes. Sorry.
And I think there you make the statement that the tribunal can accept what the Myers Commission says and adopt what it says there. But we'll move to that now, Mr. Irwin.
Issue 4, the submission is 3.3.404. So issue 4 is the issue of the period of 1840 to 1865, and it focuses on the Crown's purchase of land from Northern Māori during that early period before the establishment of the Native Land Court. And the Crown has set out a number of concessions that are relevant to this issue. and I've set those out at paragraph 2. And those concessions apply. The paragraph at page 3, I suggest we look at 5 critical questions. By way of overview, how much land did the Crown purchase, where and when? Did the Crown ensure those selling land retained a sufficiency of lands? Did the Crown buy land from those who were not identified as owners or who did not consent to the sale? Did the Crown pay a fair price? Did Māori intend post-1840 transactions to be permanent alienations? And so those are the questions I focus on, and I go through these. So the first section of the submission goes through the facts and the figures. And again, it has been a good function of this inquiry that we have developed and honed a better understanding of the acreages involved, and they are important. They do remain approximate. Everybody, I think, who's had a shot at trying to give you the most accurate figures in terms of the acres involved and in which particular district within this broader district has said that the acres need to remain approximate. It does appear that we're talking about some 482,000 or so acres of land that were purchased through 88 blocks between the period of 1840 and 1865. Now, the only district that was not subject to these purchases was the Hokianga district. The Crown's unaware of evidence that it purchased land in that district between 1840 and 1865, but it does acknowledge, of course, that it acquired ownership of the land in that region through its surplus land and scrip policies. So I've set out at the bottom of page 5 and over the page 6 a table of the Crown's best understanding, district by district, as to the acres involved. I want to now take tribunal members to my page 8 and to the question there, the maiden title, did the Crown ensure those selling land retained a sufficiency of land? The Crown accepts it has a treaty duty to ensure Northland Māori who sold land retained a sufficiency of lands. Now, I summarise the Crown's position on this question at my paragraph 30 and the subparagraphs there. On the revised figures as we understand them, by 1865 it appears that Māori in all Northland districts had retained a sufficient base of land for their then and future needs. If I could just perhaps just briefly mention the broad conclusions and then I'll take you through them. From the pre-1865 Crown purchases, the Crown created 50 reserves comprising nearly 14,000 acres in total. The Crown's duty and its instruction to its officials was to ensure Māori retained a sufficiency of lands. And the point that we'll go through later will be where Northland Māori retained enough land elsewhere for their current and future needs, they did not need reserves specified in every block they sold. The Crown's duty was not to ensure every purchase in Northland resulted in a reserve or reserves for Māori. Its duty was to ensure Māori retained a sufficiency of lands. And thirdly, from the available documents, I imagine members of the audience are voicing their approbation for the notion that the duty on the Crown was to retain a sufficiency of lands, which in my submission is the most important thing here. The available documents make it difficult for us to know how purchase agents in Northland determined that Māori retained a sufficiency of land, but the absence of those documents does not mean that purchase agents took no such steps. Now, before the questions start, I'd like to take the tribunal through those propositions. Importantly, at my paragraph 35, on the revised figures by 1865, I set out here in the sub-paragraphs the percentages, the proportions of each of the districts in our inquiry, and how much we remained in Māori ownership at that time. So in the Bay of Islands, we have close to 50%, 48.8. So that's just over 200,000 acres remained in Māori ownership. Whangaroa, 70% of Whangaroa, or about nearly 150,000 acres remained in Māori ownership. In the Hokianga, it's over 90% of the Hokianga remained in Māori ownership. Whangarei, 2/3 of Whangarei appears to have remained in Māori ownership, and in the Mahurangi Gulf Islands district, it appears now that about 60% of that district remained in Māori ownership. And the Crown submits that Northland Māori, on the basis of those figures, did retain a sufficiency of land at 1865 for their then and future needs. Turning the page, I do note that we're unaware of evidence that identifies the extent to which the individual hapu were held land or were landless by 1865 through whatever means. Dr. O'Malley, who provided the main report on this issue, said he didn't look at that on a hapu level.
And that perhaps does raise the question, Mr. Irwin, in terms of your discussion of Māori retaining sufficient lands. You've couched that part of your discussion in terms of Māori retaining sufficient lands. Yes. Whereas you've said earlier to us how important hapu were yes. as the functional communities yes. In Te Raki. So, I mean, these broad figures are not really getting to the nitty-gritty of of ensuring that hapu retained a sufficiency of lands. And so when you say they didn't need reserves in every block they sold, that doesn't really, again, get us to understanding how sufficiency was actually being determined by the Crown purchase agents. On what basis?
Yes, but the issue remains, how do we? I mean, who has given you the evidence, hapu by hapu, as to the position at 1865 as to the land holdings? I'm just unaware of it. And I cannot say to you a particular hapu is landless at 1865 and another one is not. I haven't seen that evidence.
So was it not the responsibility of the Crown purchaser to make that sort of inquiry? It was
the duty of the Crown and the purchase agents to ensure that Māori retained a sufficiency of lands. And this inquiry is an inquiry into, I suggest, whether Māori, hapu or otherwise, did retain a sufficiency of lands. And I'm as hamstrung as I suggest the tribunal is by the lack of detail we have about the land holdings of hapu. The Crown submits you cannot reach a finding that the hapu of Ngā Puhi were landless by 1865. I'm unaware of the evidence.
Well, I'm just suggesting that it would have been helpful if the Crown purchase agents had provided us with evidence on such a key point to how one defines sufficiency.
Well, that's an issue of documentation. It's an issue of how good were the records that were kept. And today we don't have the best records of what they did. I've accepted that. But that doesn't mean that in any given situation they didn't ensure a sufficiency was retained.
And vice versa.
and I think these figures that I've taken you to are rather compelling. It might be the case that an individual hapu group can show you that by 1865 it was landless, it had no lands, they'd all been sold by 1865. As I say, I'm unaware of that evidence. But what we see is that, you know, as best I can give the information to you, there seems to be by 1865 a lot of land still in Māori ownership.
Yes, but in terms of particular communities, the process of lands leaving Māori ownership is underway, and we have to look at this cumulatively over subsequent decades.
Absolutely.
But the issue of sufficiency just isn't based on the land holdings, though, is it? Because the size of the group, the quality of the land, waihi tapu, there's a number of factors which other tribunals have said come into the consideration of whether there is sufficient lands or not. It's not just broad figured. Well, they still had 60% of their land, therefore that's sufficient land.
Well, in fact, 60% of the Mahurangi and Gulf Islands district amounts to over 300,000 acres. And that to me sounds like an awful lot. I mean, I accept, of course, that there are issues of quality of land and there are issues of the retention of wāhi tapu. Accept that. But as I maintain, as the best I've been able to give you the information about the scope of alienation in this inquiry district. And bear in mind, the Crown had conceded, on its understanding as it was with the Mahurangi and Gulf Islands district, it had understood that most of that district had been alienated by 1865, and it was through the Tribunal's assistance, through Dr. Rigby, that those acreages were questioned and properly tested to be found to be not correct. And the Crown readily admits that as of today, in that district, only 1% of that district is in current Māori ownership, as the Crown understands it, and that Māori in that area are virtually landless. So I entirely accept that there are issues of quality as well, but I think we can't quite ignore the scope of the story that these figures are telling us. I accept at a very broad level and not at a hapu-specific level.
Sorry, Mr. Irwin, before we go on, what is the Crown's definition of sufficiency?
I knew you were going to ask me that. Dr. Anderson, I'll take an instruction and come back to you on that.
Kia tau. Hold up.
Can I just make another comment that I'd like you to comment on, because we have a glass half full and a glass half empty. You say, 300,000 acres left, that's a lot of land. But the other side is 300,000 acres gone, that's also a lot of land.
The Crown has conceded in that particular example, the Mahurangi and Gulf Islands district, that the other half of that equation was in breach of the treaty.
All right.
And so, you know, we can't just look at these issues in quite that fine isolation and absent of the concessions that the Crown has made. It has made important concessions in this inquiry.
I accept that, but when I look at Mahurangi, you retract that concession, and then you say we acknowledge that today, but then I wasn't quite sure what period we look at, what system the treaty breach actually occurred in terms of when that land was lost.
I agree with you, and I'm not sure that the facts have allowed us to get right down to the detail of that question for that particular district.
All right, thank you.
I turn to the question of sufficiency and reserves. So perhaps if I could just quickly make some points about this section, and then you'll have some questions for it. I've already said that the Crown accepts it has a duty to ensure Northland Māori who sold land retained a sufficiency. The Crown does not accept this meant it needed to provide for reserves in every case. And broadly speaking, the fairly simple point being made is that if Māori do retain a sufficiency of lands outside of the lands that they're selling, there isn't a need for them to have a reserve made in every single purchase they make, so long as they retain that sufficiency. Now, at my paragraph 43, I note, as the Tribunal will be very well aware, the Native Land Purchase Department was established under Donald MacLean in 1854, and what I did was to look at, of the 88 transactions that we know of, how many occurred before and after that department was established. And as I say at paragraph 44, only 9 of the purchases occurred before 1854. 8 of those were involved in the Mahurangi purchase, which the Crown has conceded was a breach of the treaty. The Crown purchase agents were instructed to ensure Māori retained a sufficiency, and I go through the instructions that were given to the purchase agents in that regard. And I've also just tried to be careful about quite when they were instructed and when the purchases were made. Just turning a few pages to paragraph 56. Dr. O'Malley says that 25 reserves were created for Māori from the Crown's purchases in this period. Dr. Rigby's evidence, however, is that closer scrutiny shows that the Crown created 50 reserves, and those are calculated to comprise some 14,000 acres. Claimant Council submit that this reservation of land points strongly to an insufficient amount of land being retained for Māori, only 14,000 acres. The Crown does not agree. The reserves identified by Dr. Rigby, Dr. O'Malley and Mr. Innes do not include all lands retained by Northland Māori that were not sold by 1865. So, I mean, if we're going to look at a global sum of the total specific reserves that are made, and that total sum comes to close to 14,000 acres, well, we need really to understand as well how much land as a global sum did Māori retain by 1865, which is the that I've taken you through. And so I say in paragraph 59 that by 1865 the Crown considers Northland Māori did retain a sufficiency of land, as the figures I've referred to does show. So those are the points I wish to draw to your attention on that section of the submission. The point really is a simple one. The duty was to ensure a sufficiency of lands. For that duty to be adhered to does not require every single block to include within it a reserve, so long as Māori are retaining a sufficiency elsewhere. The issue naturally becomes, what do we know about the actions of purchase agents, something we've already discussed, and that's the issue that I go on to discuss there about sufficiency and documentation.
Can I just interrupt you there before we carry on? Because I take your point, but when I looked at those figures, now I could be wrong, but that worked out to 2% out of that total of something like 482,000 acres, which represented, depending on your district, in some cases as much as 50% of the land gone, 30 to 50% of the land gone. So that's, in theory, even though in practice it didn't work out like that, that's 2% out of that 482,000 acres, which represent quite a proportion of the land that was held originally, being protected into the future. And then all the rest is open for grabs. So do you think that if you look at it from that perspective, whether that is adequate on the part of the Crown?
Yes, I do, and I would submit it is adequate. You said, Dr. Anderson, that the remainder was open for grabs, and by that I take you to mean that the lands that were retained by Māori, and I've shown the hundreds of thousands of acres at this point of time that were retained by Māori, were open for grabs. It was also the case that Māori could choose to retain those lands and not to sell them. And the period where we enter into, of course, is the Native Land Court period of post-1865, because that's the point of time that we're talking about.
Yes.
And so the Crown would submit that it was for Māori there to make their choices about the retention of lands going forward. That one thing I do find through my time through the Waitangi Tribunal is a constant refrain that customary title is the most important form of title, and that the problem with the Native Land Court was the provision of a new form of title that was transactable, if you like, alienable. If it is the case that customary title is the best form of title, then as at 1865, vast tracts of this district were held in accordance with under customary title.
Well, I think we're in danger of getting ahead of ourselves, and that we should actually look at the sort of the fairness of the process by which that transformation is undertaken when we get to the Native Land Court issues.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Now we have discussed to some extent the issue of documentation. I have a very brief submission there in regards to the documentation. The Crown, my paragraph 68, the Crown does not accept that a failure to retain adequate records of all its purchases is itself a breach of any treaty duty, including the duty to ensure Northland Māori retained a sufficiency of lands. The absence of documents recording the steps purchase agents took to determine whether Northland Māori retained a sufficiency of lands does not mean the purchase agents took no steps.
Sorry again, Mr. Irwin. The lack of documentation, though, does have a downflow and adverse effect on Māori capacity to actually challenge the process in the future, does it not? I mean, even today, you're saying to me, the researchers couldn't show this, this and this, and that's partly because the documentation was so inadequate.
Yes, I accept that. I accept that there are practical implications for the lack of documentation on this issue.
And the problems actually go beyond the lack of documentation, in that some of these deeds are actually would show, I think, failings on the part of the Crown. For example, one of the issues that you've brought, you've identified your issues, and one of them was that were the wrong people paid. One of my issues, and I think issues for the tribunal, is whether all the rightful owners were involved in the deed signing, and some of those deeds are signed only by 2 or 3 people. Some are signed by over 100 people. And so I wonder about the ones where only a few people are signed. I wonder about the deeds where only the Crown Purchase Officer is the only person to witness the deed. I worry about the deeds where there is no plan attached to the deed. So there are all sorts of issues arising out of that kind of lack of documentation.
Yeah, I accept that.
And what that might suggest about the process that was undertaken by Crown agents, which on the face of it is inadequate.
Well, I think you and I have the same issue. I'd like to say that, because I think I don't know why you're moaning at my agreement with Dr. Anderson that we're actually on the same page as to the question. And the question is, did the right people sell the land? I don't understand you and I to have a fundamental disagreement about that question.
I think my question was a little bit... I just want to clarify that that question encompasses the fact that maybe only some of the right people sold the land.
Yes, and as I say, I think that is a critical question, and I thought I had addressed that. Given the lack of documentation, issues arise. After the event, was there a protest as to the sale? And we have some documentation around that, and we can look into that. But we also have an absence of protest as well, and so what is the tribunal to conclude on the absence of no information that a sale was in breach of the treaty because only 2 or 3 representatives of the people sold it, in the absence of any other information? Now the Crown would suggest that you can't reach that finding.
One could... Well, we are in a difficult position, aren't we? Because, as in the case of old land claims, quite often people continue to live on the land. And so there's no protest because it's not an issue until they're actually confronted by the fact that the land has gone. So, and that might be 30 or 40 years later.
Well, I think that's the Moko situation.
It is, and Te Tiri Matangi is another situation you could point to, where it's not until the Crown decides to build a lighthouse and suddenly Māori realise that actually that land has gone. And then they're hit by the fact that, you know, they've been sitting on their claims, but they hadn't any idea in the first place.
I mean, I go through the Moko situation, which is an important example because it is the the one case where the tribunal has the most documentation. Dr. O'Malley was quite clear about that. He devoted a chapter of his report to that one purchase and to the claims that followed. So I think that's a very important example that the tribunal will need to deal with in the report.
Right, well, thank you.
The next question I ask is, did the Crown buy land from those who were not identified as owners or who did not consent to the sale? Nobody moans at the question, that's good. It's essentially the question that we were talking about. And I say at paragraph 71, a key indicator of a potentially inadequate assessment, and by assessment, I think I mean by assessment, I really mean inquiry. I say a key issue is whether the Crown conducted an adequate inquiry into the nature and extent of customary rights in the lands it's purchased. And the Crown has conceded that where it failed to carry out that adequate inquiry, it breached the treaty. A key indicator of a potentially inadequate inquiry would be a complaint by Māori after the transaction that they had customary interests in the land and had not consented to the sale. That's an especially key indicator given the paucity of records about the details of the negotiations leading to any sale. Dr. O'Malley's evidence is that Mōkau aside, there were relatively few complaints. He says, with the exception of the Mōkau block, research undertaken for this report has revealed relatively few formal petitions and appeals relating to the Northland Crown purchases after 1865. He discusses 3 cases where Māori protested Crown purchases during this period, and those are the Mahi Praone Kaweti's appeals concerning his lands at Kawakau and Ruapekapeka, the Ruakaka block and the Mōkau case. And for the purposes of this presentation, I suggest we probably move on to the Mōkau case. In doing that, I do note my para 75, Dr. O'Malley was asked in cross-examination if he chose those 3 cases because they were the clearest examples of complaint, and he replied saying, no, I think there was very little documentation of Māori protest, so basically whatever I could find I included. And so what I take him to be saying is that of all of my research, there are 3 cases where Māori protested after the sale, about the sale, and these are the 3 cases. And so I take the tribunal through those 3 cases.
You're putting forward no complaint, therefore consent? But how easy was it to complain? The petition process wasn't that easy, was it?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Māori around the country, including Northland Māori, petitioned the government throughout the 19th century and the 20th century. One of the great things about
I'm just reading my notes here on Dr. O'Malley. Didn't he emphasise the difficulty in creating a petition, resulting in the fact that many letters of protest which Māori regarded as petitions were never considered?
Well, I don't have that before me, but...
No,
I don't have that before me, Your Honour, but many letters of complaint were made. I think that's what Dr. O'Malley's saying in that statement, which goes to show that Māori were able to make their complaints known.
I thought it was the opposite, in that there was difficulty in making these complaints.
Well, one of the great things about reading the AJHRs online these days, they're all available, is you can see the numerous complaints that are made. the petitions number well into the hundreds when you do read them, about all kinds of issues. I just do not think that where land issues were involved and Māori considered that their land rights, and Northern Māori considered their land rights had been infringed, that they were unable to make a complaint. And there's an issue of documentation again, of course, around the extent to which the records of those complaints have survived. But I think as a commission of inquiry, you've got to deal with the records. And I know that, you know, there's a limitation there because of the records and that imposes a limitation. But as a commission of inquiry, you need to base your findings on clear evidence. So I've gone through those three complaints and through the complaints that are made. I didn't want to deal with the detail of Kawiti's complaints in the Ruakaka block. They're there in writing. I thought it best to focus more on the Mōkau block. As I mentioned before, it's clearly significant to the inquiry. And what I've...
Sorry, Mr. Dukawa. Just before we move on to Ruakaka, off Ruakaka, you've looked at that block and the complaints from a certain perspective,
Yes.
and are saying that actually it's about something else.
Yes, yes.
But you haven't really commented on the something else, which is the payment of the percents and the promises that were made, and whether that promise within the deed was adequately fulfilled. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, no, the focus was, because my question was, did the right people sell the land? Did people who had interests not participate, and did they afterwards protest? And this is an example that Dr. O'Malley refers to, and when I looked at it, it's another issue altogether. And so that was really the point of the submission.
Yes.
So I haven't, just in terms of the detail, I do recall, I mean, this very issue was inquired into, am I right, by the Sim Commission in 1927 at my paragraph 80, and it looked at the payment of the 10% clauses, and Dr. O'Malley doesn't record any further complaint following the Commission's report. And so I don't think I've referred to here in the submission, but my recollection from the evidence and from Dr. O'Malley's report was that the payments were made. I think that there were... The issue was the timing of the payments. It took some time for the payments to be made, and I think that there was an issue in identifying to whom the payments should be made as well.
I think it went a little bit further than that. I think there was the question of the number of deductions that were made for survey costs, administration and so forth, which
Sure.
were quite considerable. And there's also, I think, whether what the Sim Commission found, which was that it was okay that the percents that were part of the transaction agreement ended up being paid generally to Māori as opposed to the particular
Yes.
owners of the block.
Yes.
And the Sim Commission found that to be okay.
Yes.
I think, I think, speaking for myself, and I say I haven't really thought about it that much, but my initial reaction is that there is a bit of a problem with that, whether that is actually adequate in terms of the Crown's treaty obligations to those particular people.
So the Sim Commission would have been a commission independent of the Crown, making its own recommendations. and it's making recommendations in 1927, 1928. I think it inquires in 1927 and reports in 28, which is the sale occurred more than 70 years prior to that time, and so it's a very different context that they're making their recommendations as to whom the payments should be made. And so my initial reaction would be I don't see any reason, if the payments have to be made to somebody, I don't see any reason. There must have been good reason behind the Sim Commission's recommendation that they be paid to, was it a general fund or the Māori trustee? I think, was it I can't remember. But there must have been some reason for that suggestion, and that might have to do with the demographics of the time, that in terms of the descendants of the original vendors, demographics have changed such that a lot of people would claim to be a descendant. And possibly from a treaty perspective, and bear in mind, the Crown's conceded the individualisation of title was a treaty breach. From a treaty perspective, if the original rights are communal rights, then arguably the return of the payments of those 10% clauses to a communal fund is at face value treaty consistent.
Well, I think we would need to check exactly what the deed said, because there were a number of these deeds at this time.
Sure.
And yes, I just can't quite remember, but if it was part of the transaction that the price was lower because you were going to get a 10% payment when the land was resold, then that's rather more specific.
So I come on to the issue of the Mōkau purchase. And I've set out quite a lengthy section in the submission dealing with the Mōkau issue. Because again, it's one of these cases where I think the tribunal really needs to come to grips with the facts of that case. I'm not going to take you through all those facts now because you've read my submission. What I propose to do is to draw the tribunal's attention to my key submissions. I do hope, though, that the submission is helpful in the detail because, as you sit down and go through Judge Atchison's report, or decision, I should say, and the Chief Judge's short decision that follows, and then the very detailed and comprehensive report from the Myers Commission into the claim. It's only when you get down into the nitty-gritty do you see that what the real issues are and how they've been addressed. You absolutely cannot just look at Judge Atchison's report alone. You must go beyond that. But if I can put it in this way, I'll take you to my paragraph 97. And maybe just for the benefit of those listening, the Mōkau purchase is in the year, is it 1859, 58, around about that time. It's a transaction with some individuals. After the transaction, there are transactions around the Mōkau block through the Native Land Court. There's a reserve on the Mōkau block, and that comes before the Native Land Court at some point. Later on, there are claims and petitions by Māori that they were the descendants of people who had not participated in the sale, who had rights to the land, And that was the essential issue addressed by Judge Atchison. And he didn't agree with all of their claims, but to an extent he was critical of particularly the price that was paid for the block. And there's an issue as to quite how Judge Atchison came to the evidence he relied on in reaching that conclusion. Judge Atchison reported to the Chief Judge. The Chief Judge didn't quite agree with Judge Atchison, and the issue didn't go away because it went on through to a commission of inquiry, and that was the Myers Commission. My paragraph 97, though, Judge Atchison and the Myers Commission agreed on a number of matters. Ngāti Whew actually and deliberately did sell the land. They both were on the same page in that regard. They both thought that the claimant's delay in bringing the claims forward counted against their claims. And they thought there was nothing in the claim that the name of the deed Mōkau had misled those selling as to the full extent of the lands that were sold. Claims concerning the execution of the deed, there were some detailed claims in that regard. They were not made out, and both Judge Atchison and the Myers Commission agreed in that regard. And Māori occupation after the sale was restricted to the 200-acre reserve and was not inconsistent with Crown ownership of the block. So within the block, the reserve, and that's where Māori occupation continued. But they did clearly disagree. The Myers Commission did disagree with Judge Atchison on a number of points. Judge Atchison's report had raised some serious questions. Had the Crown's purchase officer dealt with the right people? Judge Atchison thought not. He thought other hapu would have had interests in the watershed block. Was the purchase price fair? Judge Atchison thought not, saying the purchase price was unconscionable, and he based this on a particular statement that the block was, quote, chiefly forest comprising some very fine kauri and other timber with an available road, end quote. Judge Atchison considered that the Crown's purchase officer Kemp had ascertained the quantity of timber in the block. The other question he had raised was, had the Crown's purchase officer bribed the vendor into selling at a low price? And just to be clear, as I say later, Judge Atchison did not say there was actual fraud. He alluded, though, to and made some fairly serious statements about the rangatira concerned that he had betrayed his people by selling out to them for a low price, and that he said there was no evidence that he was offered future favours from the government in doing so, but he did noted that there seemed to be some kind of reward by being appointed to the first runanga, which is something the Myers Commission addressed and said, well, no, actually, he was nominated to that position by his people. The Myers Commission fully investigated these questions and reached different views. On these questions, the Crown sets out the following submissions. And the Crown submits there was no basis to conclude that Kemp had dealt with the wrong people. The Crown agrees with the Myers Commission in this regard. The fact of the Mōkau sale must have been known in 1859 to Māori generally in that district. There was evidence Māori accompanied the surveyor around the boundaries prior to the sale and placed a survey stone themselves. There's no evidence any dispute was caused by the surveying. Title to blocks on all sides of the Mōkau block were later investigated, with plans identifying the Mōkau block as government land. One cannot assume Māori were ignorant of those survey plans. Customary interests from groups such as Wakanene's Hokianga people, Ngāti Uru and Ngāti Whew were identified in those other blocks. Wakanene's people and Ngāti Uru did not seek recognition of their interests in the Mōkau block until the 1930s. And bear in mind the continued occupation on the Moko block was restricted to a reserve on that block. It wasn't in the broader block. Indeed, no one had sought an investigation of title to the Moko block in the Native Land Court. The only exception was the 1876 application by one of the vendors for title to the 200-acre reserve. Judge Atchison's opinion that the Moko block had customary interests beyond Ngāti Whew was premised solely on his assumption that the block, being a watershed block facing the four compass directions, must have been owned by others such as Wakanene. The Myers Commission correctly contested that description of the block, but also noted there was no basis in custom as to why the configuration of the block per se necessarily meant others had interests in it. As the Myers Commission noted, the fact is Weho and his people sold the land, the sale was known to others at the time, they did not dispute and acquiesced in the sale by Ngāti Whew of the block. The purchase price was fair, it was low, it was at the low end of sales for forested land in Northland in the later 1850s. There are certain comparisons, and I set those out in my submission that were presented in evidence to the Myers Commission. It wasn't the lowest sale. There were other blocks that were sold at lower prices. It's likely that the Moko's block remoteness was a key issue to its sale price. The block was not close to any harbour as many other forested blocks were. While Kemp mentioned noted the presence of a road, and Kemp was the original Crown purchase agent, while he mentioned the presence of a road, there is no evidence a road provided actual and meaningful access for logging purposes in the 1860s. Judge Atchison reached the conclusion that the purchase price was unconscionable without any evidence as to the marketable value of the timber on the block in 1859, and solely on the statement of Kemp that the block was chiefly forest comprising some very fine kauri and other timber. Kemp had not ascertained the value of the timber as the Myers Commission noted. Furthermore, the Myers Commission had evidence that there was limited to no value in the timber in that region in 1859, and prices for timber only became commercially viable until the beginning of the 20th century. It appeared that Judge Atchison had assessed the value of the timber as at the time of his inquiry and not on any evidence aside from Kemp's solitary statement about the state of the trees at the time of the sale in 1859. As the Myers Commission noted, that was an incorrect basis for assessing the blocks and the timber's value. The trees had had 80 years' growth by the time Judge Atchison's inquiry, and the Crown had expended funds in maintaining the block by that time. And the Crown rejects, for the reasons set out in the Myers Commission report, the suggestions of bribery and fraud, and I don't need to go through those. Paragraph 102, the Crown submits there's no basis for this tribunal to reach findings that are different to the findings of the Myers Commission. The Myers Commission report is a careful and thorough examination of all the claims regarding the sale of Moko. It found there was nothing untoward with the sale. Accordingly, the Crown submits that the Moko sale is not a case where customary interests in land were sold without the consent of the rights holders. On the contrary, the Crown agrees with the Myers Commission report that the rights holders were identified and they consented to the sale. It's of considerable note that in all the claims that were made by Māori, including the recent descendants of those who sold the block, not one claim was made that the sale was contrary to tikanga. No claim was made that the 1859 transaction amounted to something other than a full and final sale. And that ends the Crown submission on the Moko block.
Mr. Irwin, can I ask, does it cause you any concern that only 10 people signed that deed?
With that particular example, the evidence was that I recall the custom of the day was that chiefs would sign on behalf of the people, and so the people who signed, as I understand it, were the chiefs, those with the authority to sell.
It seems to be quite erratic. If you look at other cases, everybody signed. So there was a big hui, everybody was there, the matter was discussed in the presence of the land and the ancestors of the land, and everybody signed. And as time goes on, there seems to be the boundaries were walked, as in fact happened in this case. You would indicate, though we don't know by how many, but we can't. The problem with only 10 people signing is we don't really know the circumstances of that signing.
Well, we do know some of the circumstances with this particular case, and Judge Atchison goes through it. Judge Atchison does not reach the conclusion that Ngāti Whiu did not sell the land. His view was that Ngāti Whiu as a tribe had sold the land.
All right, well, we've gone back to our earlier discussion that there is difficulty, I think, when there are only a small number of people signing deeds, because there is the possibility that those who didn't sign are in a situation where they have to accept it willy-nilly. You have to accept they're in a position of having to either accept part of the payment or miss out.
Well, with Ngāti Whiu in particular in this example, the records we have around the details leading up to the sale are, we have more than some other purchases, but they are still rather scant. And so we have the reports of Kemp. We don't have, as I recall, a full account from Kemp of the discussion that whether there was a discussion of Ngāti Whiu leading up to the decision that certain people would sign the deed. That record's missing, and so it remains a possibility that some within Ngāti Whiu were unaware or not. But it can only remain a possibility. And others have looked into this, and Judge Atchison, having looked into this, concluded Ngāti Whiu, your chiefs had sold your land, and so he kept them to the actions of the chiefs in that regard.
Do you think there's a best practice standard that we, at this time, that is recognised by Crown purchasers that we can judge transactions against?
I'm not aware of the evidence of there being a best practice standard, so to speak. There were the instructions given to the purchase officers by Donald McLean. The treaty duty on the Crown was to ensure that it was dealing with the right people, and that the right people were freely selling their land to the Crown if they wished to, and that other rights holders were having their interests either excluded because they didn't agree with the sale, or somehow identified in participating. I think that's the treaty duty.
And also that they shouldn't be entering into transactions with fully informed consent that might result in long-term harm.
Oh, I agree.
Yes.
And also there's the issue of sufficiency, of course, which is key. Which is, I think, the key consideration there, that the Crown cannot enter into a transaction. A paternalistic duty is present, that the Crown cannot allow Māori to sell too much of their land at that point. But the Crown is naturally confronted by a demographic issue. There's a community of owners, ranging in ages, ranging in there are men and there are women, there are old people, there are very young people, And the Crown's dealing with land at this time that is customary land, and it's a communal title that the group holds, and the Crown needs to ensure that its transaction is properly said to be the group transacting with the Crown. I accept that. I think that has to be accepted. That's the treaty duty. How that actually plays out in practice is the next question. And so you asked me, does the limited number of owners pose a concern to me? That there were only, say, 10 owners or 10 people who sign a transaction, as opposed to the hundreds who might sign another transaction. And you have to look at the individual circumstances, don't you? It would. What we lack documentation about is actually, of Ngāti Whiu at the time, how many people were there? Where did they live? How many were children? How did the group, at this point in time, 1858, 1859, how did the group come together to make a consensus decision about an important issue such as the sale of their land? And was their tikanga to act through the agency of their rangatira at the time and to countenance the decision of their elders in that regard? So the fact that only a certain number, a relatively low number of people might have signed a deed raises questions for me, and some of the questions are very difficult to answer on the documentation we have.
All right, and just one last question, which is a bit different, and I just wondered whether you looked at that. The sale of the reserve by the Land Board?
No, I didn't.
All right. Well, maybe that's something we can talk about when we get to Land Board issues tomorrow. Thank you.
Now, I just have an eye to the time, Your Honour.
Yes.
We've just gone over. I do apologise. We've gone over 12:30.
I think we'll break now and come back at 1:30.
Very good.
Ka pai? Kia ora tātou. We can just take seats. We'll
lifetime in some people's cases.
continue. Mr. Irwin, I think we're just about at the end of issue 4.
Yes, we were, and just as we're all coming back to our seats, I puta te whakaaro ki a hau, ki te kore tētahi kōrero i te reo, kāre kau he mahi mō tō tātou nei hoa, e noho mai nei kei muri i taku tuara. Puta te whakaaro ki a hau, me kōrero au i te reo Māori mō tētahi take. Taku take, he whakaaro whakamaumahara ki a tātou katoa mō tētahi o nā huihui nā o te taraipiunara nei kei Waitangi, kei Raru i te Teneti, i te Ti. Ai tēnei whakaaro tāku e pāna ki tēnei mea, ki tēnei kete. I tētahi wā i puta mai a tākuta Bruce Gregory, i te mutuna o tāna kōrero ki te taraipiunara. Ka puta mai tēnei kete, tāna, he mea hō mai tēnei kia hau. Ko tāna kōrero ki takou nei maumaharatanga, he kōrero i te reo Pākehā, tāna ki, these are my credentials. Ona credentials. O tēnā, kei roto i te kete, tētahi anga, tētahi mea harakeke, me tēnei mea he one nā te takutai moana kei kōnei ki. Mā reira, koenei nā mea, nā tākuta Bruce Gregory, ai hō mai kia hau. Miki, kāre hoki au e tino mōhio ki te tohu ki ona whakaaro e pāna ki tēnei kete. Engari he kete I hō mai ki te karauna I taua wā. But turning to the submissions, I was very near the conclusion of the issue 4 submission. I think I can briefly speak to the remainder, and then there may be some questions. I think I was really at page 41. And the issue I've posed there is, did the Crown pay a fair price for the land it purchased? And I set out there the Crown's stance on that question. The Crown acknowledges that it paid low prices for land, and there was a reason for that. It's a reason that's been addressed in other inquiries, possibly for the purposes of the audience. I thought I would refer to Dr. Loveridge's explanation in this regard. He said Māori contributed the difference between what the Crown paid them for their land and what they might hypothetically have received for it on an open market. European land purchasers contributed the difference between what they paid the Crown for their land and what they might hypothetically have paid Māori vendors for it in a free market. This was in essence a levy or a tax on land sellers and land buyers to pay for the infrastructure required to support and promote the economic development of the colony, including the institutions necessary to guarantee security of title.
Mr. Irwin, I mean, I take on board that, but isn't there a problem that Māori are making their contribution and the land goes? Settlers are making their contribution, but they retain the land. So isn't there you know, is that a fair comparison to in fact make?
Well, the explanation is that Māori sell the land and receive receive money, and it's at a certain level. The government on-sells the land to settlers at an upset price. That's at a higher price. And settlers purchase the land at that higher price. And so the government makes a profit. And the government puts the profit towards the colony. And so I don't know that it is entirely fair to say, well, Māori sell the land, receive a small amount, settlers pay a lot more money and get the land. The point is that the way the colony is in part to be funded is through this mechanism.
But they both benefit, in theory at least, from the development of the colony. And I think you do talk about collateral benefits as being one of the reasons for a low price being paid. And I don't get a sense of the Crown's view or assessment of what those collateral benefits were, especially given the long lag between Māori selling the land at this low price and the development of infrastructure that they might benefit from.
I think that's a fair point you raise in terms of the lag in time. The Mōkau example that we've just gone through is an example of that. As I've said, a low price was paid for Mōkau. The Crown didn't. I'm just thinking what actually happened following the sale to the Crown. I think. I don't think the Crown sold it for quite some time thereafter. So yes, I take that point, that particularly where there's a time lag in the infrastructure and the development that occurs, Māori have paid a low price and are waiting for the benefits that they're to see.
And do we have to also factor in that this is the time of Crown preemption where, in fact, there is no other buyer at a time when the Crown should be at its most protective, while Māori are starting to learn about what Europeans understand by transactions and...
Yes, I think that's a fair point as well. And the premise that I just went through that Dr. Loveridge has explained is premised on Crown preemption. Māori can only sell to the Crown, and then the Crown on sells. So the model is premised on that notion. I take the point. I think it's a fair one that. That there's an issue as to the price paid to Māori. The leverage that Māori have is to not sell, I guess.
All right, thank you.
At my paragraph 109, there is little specific evidence in this inquiry concerning claims that individual blocks were paid at unreasonably low prices. The most evidence on this issue concerns the price paid for the Mōkau block, which I've addressed above. Excuse me, the Crown submits the price paid for the Mōkau block was low but fair. It was comparable at the time to other forested blocks. I wish to keep moving and to go on to my next heading on page 44. Did Māori intend post-1840 transactions to be permanent alienations? And very briefly and broadly, the Crown refers back to Dr. Phillipson's evidence that we've gone through this morning. In terms of purchases post-1840, the Crown submits that there wasn't a question as to the understanding by Māori that they were being asked to enter into a full and final transaction. Dr. Phillipson's evidence is that by 1839 at the latest, Bay of Islands Māori understood that notion. I guess we do need to bear in mind quite when and how many of these transactions are occurring at any given time. The vast majority of these transactions, the 88 transactions with the Crown between 1840 and 1865, occur after 1854. So that's a period much later again. And I take the written submission goes through one example of a deed and through the Māori language of that deed to show that it implied a full and final sale. And unless there are any questions, those are the Crown submissions on issue 4.
I do have one more question, because what you've just said is very much contrary to what Dr. O'Malley, who was the main researcher on this particular issue, had to say about the question of whether Māori were intending to sell, even in this period. And again, we get back to what we were discussing in terms of old land claims, that Māori continued to occupy the land in many, many cases.
Yes, and it's interesting that the example that Dr. O'Malley constantly seems to come back to is the Mōkau example, and he refers to the continued occupation on that block. But of course, the continued occupation there was on the reserve, the 200-acre reserve that was set aside for Māori. That wasn't on the rest of the block.
All right, well, I think, because I went, well, in fact, one of the staff went through very kindly and brought to my attention many, many examples where he says this. But I think we need to go back and see whether he is, as you seem to be suggesting, drawing on a single example.
Sure.
It certainly wasn't the impression I got during cross-examination,
Sure.
that was his position on the matter. To the contrary, that there were many occasions, many examples where Māori were continuing to be in occupation of land.
And I think it returns also to the discussion we had this morning about, as a concept, does the continued occupation, despite the sale of land, repudiate the sale, or is in some way inconsistent with the sale? And my submission, it isn't. It's entirely conceptually possible that people in the post-1854, when most of these transactions are occurring, sell land to the government, and given the government's failure to, say, fence off the land or do something particular with the land for some time, to continue to reside on it. But bearing in mind they've entered into a transaction with the Crown where they've sold the land.
Well, we'll have to think very carefully about it. Thank you.
Just one issue on the fair price, because as I read it, part of the reason for the low price was that Māori would receive benefits.
Sorry?
Māori would receive benefits.
Yes, generally speaking, yes.
What were those benefits to be?
So the colony, it was the infrastructure that came along with roads and with schools and with towns, so on and so forth.
Kia ora, Mr. Irwin. Could we just go back to Mōkau, please,
yes, of course,
for a minute? I referred before to Richard Boast's analysis of Judge Atchison's report on the block, but I really wanted to mention in particular the fact that Atchison's opinion was, as he puts it, undercut by Chief Judge Shepherd's subsequent report, which he described as being criticising Atchison and disagreeing with him on what he called highly overgeneralised grounds. But my question really relates to another point he made. I might just mention one thing. He mentions in that context that Chief Judge Shepherd said it would not be helpful to start dragging up old sales because if this was a precedent.
Yes.
This could be very unfortunate. But the next point is that the Myers Commission arrived at very similar conclusions to Chief Judge Shepherd.
Yes.
And I just wondered if you agreed with that statement.
With which statement?
With the statement that the Myers Commission arrived at very similar conclusions to Chief Judge Shepherd.
Well, they're very different reports that we have. I mean, the process, and it was guided by statute. I think it was the Native Purposes Act 1937. I might be wrong, but the process was under that statute. The claim was to be investigated by the Native Land Court, by a Native Land Court judge, and a formal recommendation made to the Chief Judge to consider to make a formal recommendation to the Crown, as I understand it. And so you have the detailed Atchison report, and then you have, and it happens from time to time, a judge disagrees with another judge, and so the Chief Judge takes a different point of view, and that in itself shouldn't raise too many concerns. Judges do from time to time disagree, and I think you mentioned that the Chief Judge had you say criticised, Richard Boast had suggested that the Chief Judge had criticised Judge Atchison in reaching some very generalised conclusions, and a very detailed inquiry ensues through the Myers Commission, which reaches a similar conclusion that Judge Atchison had overgeneralised certain aspects of his case. But sorry, I just wanted to say that the Chief Judge's decision in that regard was relatively short.
Yes.
And if we can come to his comment about, I think I refer to it as well. His comment was essentially there's an issue if we, if the Morco claim, if the Morco case is unwound, it might it calls into question other purchases made by the Crown, and Chief Judge Shepherd made that comment, and the point I'd make is that the Myers Commission was quite particular. They referred expressly to that comment and said that has nothing to do with the conclusions we reach. We've gone through this thoroughly, and when we disagree with Judge Atchison on a number of grounds, and that that comment by Chief Judge Shepherd can be put to one side.
Yes, that they specifically don't agree with that point. But thank you. I just wanted your view on that. Obviously, we're going to go through this carefully.
So I think it's just a little tricky to compare and contrast the conclusions that the Myers Commission made with Chief Judge Shepherd's conclusions, because they're just quite different things, and one's far more detailed. At a very high level, though, yes, it would be fair to say that they reached generally the same end point, which was there was no substance at the end of the day to the claims that were being made.
Yes, I think, yes, so we'll look at the basis on which each of them reach their conclusion.
But it is something that in itself is quite important, isn't it? That the government's response to Chief Judge Shepherd's report was not to sweep it under the carpet, so to speak, but actually to cause a commission of inquiry to investigate.
Yes. Yes, I took your point about judges disagreeing, but I understand that there was something of a pattern at this time with chief judges disagreeing with Judge Atchison. But we'll take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Just on that point, it's an issue that's been skirted around in this inquiry, Judge Atchison's involvement. I haven't sought to address it in any of the written submissions we've made to you. The simple point I'd like to finish on in that regard is that Judge Atchison was a judge of the Native Land Court, and the Native Land Court is separate to the Crown. The Chief Judge of the Native Land Court is not is again separate to the Crown.
Yes.
That probably segues into your next issue.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
So.
Not quite.
I'm sorry. No. I just wanted to make a comment about understandings post-1840 of translations of deeds, which is, I think, on page 44. You refer to Mr. Mahanga's evidence about the Waikare purchase. And Mr. Mahanga did, in fact, submit a further piece of evidence on the translation of the deed, which is in which he makes an interesting point. He went and discussed the wording with his kaumātua in October last year, and I'll just read a short part of his comments, and of course, obviously, one has to read all of them. But he talks about, as a te reo teacher and speaker, I can say with confidence and ease that this is linguistically incorrect. Our tupuna simply did not communicate in that way. The verbosity of using these words, tino hoko, tino hoatu, tino tuku, whakaoti atu, kua whakarerea rawatia, kua tino, kua tino tukua rawatia atu. In this deed and in one other deed is simply not correct. These would not have been words used by our tupuna in the same space. And correspondingly, he says they would not have understood this as a final sale. He refers to this being random uttering of these kinds of concepts. The multiple employment of these words and phrases for the use of the land is, in our view, more a reflection of a Pākehā whakaaro. So I thought the analysis of the kaumātua who looked at that selection of words and the deeds together, I think is an interesting comment on how words were actually used in deeds and what, I mean, his main point is that this really isn't how we would talk about rights and land and the alienation of them.
And I respect those statements. And I think Ngā Puhi have always respected me in being honest and forthright, open in what I say to the tribunal, and so I'll end on a controversial note and say one of the elements of this inquiry and this inquiry process is rediscovering the past that we're not familiar with. And I don't think this generation, in some of whom are landless, that my interpretation, what I see is that they cannot contemplate how any of their ancestors in any way could have alienated any land, its ancestral land. And there's that present day framework that they come to this inquiry with. But one of the very challenging aspects of this whole process is with an open mind looking back into the past and looking back into what people put their names to. Rangatira put their names to those words in the year 1864. And it's terribly difficult for today's generation to just contemplate and to put themselves into the shoes of their ancestors and to understand how they could have done so. But my strong urging to the tribunal, to us all here, is to be open-minded to addressing some difficulties of the past. People had different perceptions and lived in a different context in the 1860s to the way we do today. They had different landholdings, they had different motivations, and they had a very different cultural context. I entirely respect the response given to my cross-examination of Mr. Mahanga, and I would be disingenuous if I didn't make that final submission to the tribunal.
Kia ora, yes. I hope historians are mindful of how they interpret statements from the past always, and particularly those in a different cultural context. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Now we can move to the Native Land Court.
Well, it's my pleasure to hand over to my learned friend, Mr. Hill.
And I'm happy to give my long-suffering friend, Mr. Irwin, a break after a day and a half of submissions. I understand getting new Crown Counsel to defend the Native Land Court is a long-standing and somewhat perhaps cruel rite of passage. I look forward to doing that today. So let's get into it. Now, as we all know, the Native Land Court has been the subject of extensive criticism in previous reports by the tribunal. And indeed, the claimants criticized the Crown for continuing to defend the Native Land Court in this inquiry, despite those previous findings. But it's important, and this is what these submissions attempt to do, is set out what the areas of disagreement are, and also where the Crown and the claimants agree, and where the Crown's willing to concede breaches of the treaty. Now, as we were just discussing, assessing the Native Land Court when assessing the Native Land Court, it's critical that the events are understood in the context of their time. And treaty obligations owed must have been reasonably capable of being met at the time of the events in question. Moreover, Crown actions need to be judged in the context of the ideologies and the views that were honestly held at the time in question. The Native Land Court should be judged in that light. Now, it's also important to consider how Northland Maori engaged with the social, cultural, and economic change that was occurring both before and after the court's introduction. As the evidence shows, and I'll hope to show in these submissions, Northland Maori were not simply passive actors who exercised no choice or opposed change. And in fact, they exercised considerable agency in the course of title determinations before the court. Overall, the court was born out of a demonstrable need by the early 1860s, and I think this is somewhat demonstrated by the issues and the questions you've asked about the pre-1865 transactions. The need for a forum to determine competing claims to land and interests in those lands. First of all, the degree of certainty and security required to operate within a new economy could not be provided by customary tenure. Some fundamental changes in customary tenure were inevitable, and the attempt to accommodate customary ownership concepts within a new tenurial system is necessarily a complex process, and it has been everywhere where it's been attempted. Crown policy in the 19th century generally supported the alienability of Maori land. The Crown acknowledges that. And that policy dovetailed both the philosophy that the ability to alienate land was a fundamental right of ownership, inherent in the rights conferred through Article 3 of the treaty, and the Crown's overarching goal to turn unproductive land, whether Maori owned or not, into production for the benefit of the country. The ability to alienate land was seen as key to the colony's economic development and as a benefit to Maori, indeed vital to their prosperity. Then as now...
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Do you mean...
What do I mean by what?
As a benefit to Māori, like losing land was a benefit?
No, the ability to alienate land, whether by sale, by lease, the ability to promote settlement, the ability to attract...
But this underlines one of the purposes of the legislation was to remove land from Māori ownership. Well, what you say is allow Māori the ability to sell land.
Yes, and I think, well, or to have a title which can be alienated, encumbered, sold, leased, which is fungible. That was viewed as of benefit because it would both promote settlement and allow interactions between Māori settlers and the Crown.
Benefit to the Crown?
No, of benefit.
A benefit to Māori.
It was viewed at the time as such, and I'll take you through the statements.
And you say indeed vital to their prosperity or for their prosperity?
Sorry, what's the question?
You say and indeed vital for their prosperity.
That
if they didn't have the ability to sell land, they would not be able to prosper. Is that the conclusion from that?
If we look at the statements of, for instance, Judge Fenton later on, I believe the view of the court was that the conversion into the type of title and tenure that the court was offering was vital to the ongoing and future prosperity of Māori. Again, we're assessing this in the context of the time and the views that were held at the time.
Those views weren't shared necessarily by everybody, though. If you look at people, missionaries, for example, it's now in an earlier period, but really they're advising Māori often, hold on to your land. Hold on to your land and learn how to farm it for yourselves. And that was the route to prosperity, not the ability to sell it.
And I think we'll see, and I hope to demonstrate in the submissions, the diversity of views and how that played out on the ground in the course of sales and in just the course of title determinations.
Because that brings me to another thought that I had just reading your introduction, was you talking about the importance of assessing in the context of the day and the policies of amalgamation and so forth. But the other context is that there are many Māori and Pākehā who are both Māori and Pākehā who are saying that we're critical of the system, and we're saying actually really it is Māori who should be determining for themselves how this should work. And though you've taken us through various reforms, that was a crucial thing that really didn't happen for Māori.
And I hope to get to that in the last part of my submission, where I deal with the opposition to the system and the various types of reforms that were initiated. And the necessary time and policy lag in responding to perceived problems and opposition to particular reforms with new sets of reforms. I hope to, at the end of this submission, deal with that opposition and how the Crown and how Parliament responded. Again, leading into the 20th century, where substantial land administration reforms were made.
All right, well, I guess we can get onto that. The other thing that occurred to me reading the openings of your closings, so to speak, was that you talk about the ability to alienate being a fundamental right of property. But it was possible to have that fundamental right and still have protections for estates so that they weren't dissipated for future generations. I mean, you see that in British landholding systems in this period and predating this period. And then I wonder, so taking on board that, which, you know, we might accept, but when we look at what's most important to the Crown, it's hard not to think that actually what was really incentivising them, what was really important, especially to colonial governments, was to make it easier for land to transfer out of Māori hands into the hands of settlers or the Crown.
Perhaps I'll skip ahead just to one particular letter that I think addresses that. This is Judge Monroe described the dual purpose of the Act succinctly in a letter to Chief Judge Fenton, and I'll quote from that at page 10. If, indeed, the transfer of land had been the sole object of the legislature, that the sole object of the legislature had in view, it might have been sufficient to have referred cases of sale only to the court for examination and confirmation. But inasmuch as it was plain that many of the rights of citizenship are inseparable from an individual tenure of property, and that land is one of the most important species of property, it was wisely determined to make the measure more general in its application and, as far as possible, an instrument for the conversion of the native communal into English proprietary tenure, which would confer upon its possessors of either race not only the rights of owners of the soil, but those also of freeholders, in a word, of citizens. That's the view that I'm describing.
I suppose my point is, when you look at what Māori gained as rights of citizens, as property holders, and the dangers to which they were exposed by the system that was created, that many tribunals in the past have come to the conclusion that the dangers far outweighed the potential benefits.
And there I think we come to the Crown's concessions.
Yes, hopefully. Before we move on, one thing I noticed that you hadn't commented about was the Crown giving up its preemptive right, and does the Crown have a position on that? Because the Crown, for many of those years, now we know Māori were critical of how it worked on the ground and what their understanding had been, and they thought that really it gave the Crown the right of first refusal. But the Crown had maintained that preemptive right on the grounds that it was protection for the Māori, and now we see them giving it up. So what are we to conclude from that?
I've addressed the waiver of preemption in the issue 6 submission, and perhaps we can deal with it there.
It's more than a waiver, isn't it? It's a complete abandonment until it suits the Crown to reimpose it in certain instances.
And sorry, if I could just clarify what the question is.
What I'm saying to you is that the Crown has maintained its right of preemption, which gives it really puts it in a monopoly situation, largely on the grounds that it was a protection for Māori. And here we're in a situation where they have abandoned preemption, and essentially it's now open slather on an open market with very few protections for Māori. And so whether the Crown has a comment on how the tribunal should regard that.
On that narrow point, I think I would need to take instruction. I apologize for not having an answer prepared for that, but I'll take instruction and provide one in writing.
All right, thank you.
The Crown submits that the establishment of the Native Land Court was consistent with the treaty and its principles. However, as we've set up below, and as I'll go on to describe, the Crown has made wide-ranging concessions about various aspects of the Native land laws and their effects on Northland Māori. Over time, problems came to light through complaints by Māori and through the Crown's own inquiries. In some cases, the Crown attempted to address those problems through amendments to the legislation. Nevertheless, some aspects of the laws and their effects on Northland Māori were inconsistent with the treaty and its principles. And at page 5, I've described those concessions. The first of which is the impact of the native land laws on tribal structures. The Crown concedes that the operation and impact of the native land laws, in particular the award of land to individuals and enabling individuals to deal with land without reference to iwi or hapu, made those lands more susceptible to partition, fragmentation, and alienation. This undermined traditional tribal structures which were based on collective tribal and hapu custodianship of the land. The Crown failed to protect those collective tribal structures, which had a prejudicial effect on the iwi and hapu of Northland and was a breach of the treaty and its principles. I just want to underscore how wide-ranging and important that concession is and how it, in many ways, runs through the other issues that we'll be delivering submissions on. Another concession that the Crown has made is that the 10-owner rule had the potential to cause prejudice to Māori in circumstances where, first, some right holders were omitted from titles and dispossessed of their interests as a result. Secondly, the named owners acted individually in a manner contrary to the wishes or intentions of the wider community. And thirdly, where there was a subsequent succession of interests where there was no allowance for wider community interests. The Crown concedes that in these circumstances, the 10-owner rule did not operate in a manner that reflected the Crown's obligation to actively protect the interests of Maori in land they may otherwise have wished to retain in communal ownership, and that this was a breach of the treaty and its principles. And finally, the Crown concedes that its failure to provide a legal means for the collective administration of Maori land until 1894 was a breach of the treaty and its principles by failing to actively protect Maori interests in land that they may otherwise have wished to retain in communal ownership. Now, the Crown says, taken together, these concessions address the claimant's principal complaints about the operation of the native land laws, that they undermined the communal nature and tribal structure of Northland Maori society and thereby contributed to land loss. The claimants argue that the concessions do not go far enough in recognizing the extent of the prejudice caused by the native land laws. And in particular, the claimants submit, and I quote at paragraph 12, "These concessions only acknowledge the Crown's failure to provide for communal title in relation to the 1865 and 1867 Acts. They do not specifically mention the 1873 Act, which was equally, if not more so, flawed." Now, I submit that, to the contrary, the Crown has plainly conceded that the failure to provide for collective title occurred until 1894 and hasn't limited it.
Oh, sorry. You know, those are very important concessions, indeed. But does the Crown, since you've mentioned it, this 1894 Act, which you seem to suggest that this, are you saying that that solved the problem of lack of collective title? Do you have a view on the 1894
On the incorporations available?
That was made available under that Act?
In our submissions on 20th century land law and alienation, we do discuss incorporations. Obviously, it's not the same as customary communal or collective tenure. However, I think the operation of incorporations to the present day shows how they can be an effective way of administrating land that's collectively held, of facilitating decision-making about land. Whether or not it's a complete cure to the problems that occurred through the fragmentation of interests and through the undermining of traditional forms of tribal authority and decision-making, I don't think the Crown would go that far. We've conceded that, in fact, individualization alone undermined those structures to the prejudice of Northland Maori.
Because my understanding of the 1894 Act was that it was still, when it may have helped in terms of collective management of the land, but it didn't actually solve the problem of purchasing from individuals. It was still possible to gain the signatures of individuals without consent of the collective, so that the problem still remains.
And again, that prejudice, I believe, would be covered by the concession that we've made around the possibility or the liability to fragmentation, partition, and alienation caused by the creation of individual interests in the first instance.
Yes, and it's not solved, that problem is not solved at 1894.
It's the failure to provide any collective title at all that's addressed through the 1894 legislation.
And then we have to think about whether what was provided in 1894 was adequate to address that problem.
That should be the subject of your inquiry, yes.
All right, thank you.
Now, another issue that the claimants have raised, they've taken the position that the Crown did not have the authority under the treaty to enact the native land laws and establish the Native Land Court, and that doing so was therefore inconsistent with the treaty. And I set this out at paragraph 15. For this and other reasons, the claimants take the position that the Native Land Court system as a whole was inconsistent with the treaty. Now, the Crown disagrees, and as my learned friend Mr. Irwin discussed in his submissions on issue 1, Kawanatanga includes the authority to legislate with respect to Maori and Maori lands. Indeed, by the 1860s, as Mr. Irwin's discussed in the Kohimarama Conference, Northland Maori had explicitly requested the Queen's laws to apply to them. Tenure reform was seen by both Maori and the Crown as necessary to facilitate participation in the colonial economy, and that would require legislative intervention. An external adjudicator in the form of the Native Land Court was a legitimate option to apply those laws and resolve boundary disputes between groups.
But excuse me, Mr. Hill, that wasn't actually what was being offered to them at that time, was it?
The specifics, no. Sorry, are you talking about the Kohimarama Conference? No, certainly the specifics of the system had not been worked out at all at that point. But there was a desire for the Queen's laws to come into the Crown and for... Sorry, do you have...
Oh, no, I was waiting to hear.
and for laws around tenure and succession.
Yes,
but the details of which were not spelled out at all, I would agree.
No, the details aren't, but the general desire or understanding is that Maori would have a lot of agency, if you like, within that system, and a greater agency than the agency that the Crown often talks about, which is making arrangements outside the court and the agency of deciding whether to sell or not to sell. The sort of agency that Māori are thinking about is one of greater equality and involvement in the whole lawmaking process.
And I think the claimants appear to accept that the 1862 Native Land Act was along those lines and valid and consistent with the treaty and its principles. They also accept the need for an external adjudicator. If you could go to my paragraph 17. Also, Mr. Thomas, who prepared an overview report on the Native Land Court, at footnote 9, he was asked, would you agree that the introduction of the Native Land Court marked the start of a judicially independent authority for investigating and titling Maori customary land? He replied, yes, in theory at least. I think one potentially valuable feature of the court was that it promised a way of adjudicating on which Maori should hold legal rights to land that was separate from the Crown's land purchasing mechanisms.
I guess for me, it's what you're comparing that system to, and what I tend to compare it to were Gray's new institutions, where in fact we have far more of a runanga based, and where there's actually, at least what he promoted to them, was a system whereby Māori could actually basically control the pace of settlement, and with protections built into the system. For example, how much land could be purchased, how long they those purchasers had to be living in the district before they received grants and so forth, and all that sort of agency and those protections were largely removed from the native land court system that they ended up with.
Further on in my submission, we discuss the Holtain inquiry and its findings about what the Northern Chiefs who participated, what their views of the system as at 1871 were, once it had been in operation for 6 years under the 1865 Act and even longer under the 1862 Act. I might take you to that in a few minutes, and hopefully that'll address some of your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honour?
No, it's been answered down that end.
The claimants also identify the Native Land Court with the Crown, arguing that it was not truly independent and that it effectively operated as an arm of the executive. And in that submission, they reference the Whanganui Hot Tub Statement, which was asked, quote, "To what extent can the Native Land Court be characterized as the Crown?" Now, the majority of the historians felt there wasn't enough evidence to draw a conclusion, but they did identify areas of practical influence that the Crown had over the court, including control over its budget, the authority to grant rehearings, and to restrict or suspend sittings. Claimant counsel draw particular attention to the finding that, quote, "The court was established to further particular Crown policy objectives, and the Native Land Court judges shared those objectives and were frequently anxious to promote them," end quote. Now, by that reasoning, this tribunal would be readily identified with the Crown. Its budget's controlled by the Crown, and through settlement legislation, the Crown can restrict or suspend inquiry into particular issues or districts. Moreover, the Crown established the tribunal to further its policy objective of promoting reconciliation between the Crown and Maori. The Crown submits that the Native Land Court was independent of the Crown. The fact that the judges agreed with the Crown's assumptions about the rightness of tenure reform and the assimilation of Maori into the colonial society is not enough to identify it with the Crown. Indeed, as we'll discuss below, the Native Land Court sometimes went further than its enabling legislation envisioned and disregarded aspects of it. The Crown attempted to address some of these issues through clarifying amendments, but only rarely did it intervene directly. Now, in the tribunal statement of issues, it's asked, there are a couple of questions around the purpose of an introduction of the Native Land Court. Now, the Crown submits the principal purpose in promoting the establishment of the Native Land Court was to have an independent and competent tribunal investigate claims, including competing claims to customary land, declare who the owners were of that land, and issue certificates of title following that determination. And the Crown, as I've laid out before, considers there were good reasons for the establishment of such a tribunal, independent of the executive, to determine intersecting and disputed claims to Maori customary land, and to administer legislative modifications to customary tenure in order to meet new needs. And indeed, this has been described by Professor Richard Boast as an amazingly bold and radical step, whereby in the Native Land Act of 1862 and its successor act in 1865, the Crown ended preemption and withdrew temporarily from land purchasing. Now, I've taken you to the quote from Judge Monroe to Chief Judge Fenton. And I believe this shows that the desire to open up Maori land to direct settler purchase or lease was but one aspect of the Crown's policy in promoting the native land court system. The Crown also sought to encourage and facilitate assimilation by enabling Maori to deal as they saw fit with their land and resources, and by giving them the same rights as Europeans. Now, the assimilationist assumptions that are reflected in that quotation from the letter behind the court, again, need to be seen in the context of the time, in which both Maori and settlers saw benefits from increased settlement, the collateral advantages that may accrue from it, and economic interchange. It also needs to be seen in light of the largely voluntary nature of the investigation process and the Article 3 rights extended to Maori under the treaty. Now, the Crown accepts that the court did not easily, or the native land laws did not easily accommodate the complexities of communal ownership, and the Crown has conceded breaches of the treaty in that respect. However, the legislation was originally framed to allow the court to take communal interests in land into account, and it was progressively reformed to better promote that recognition. Although the Crown considered that individual title was in the best interests of Maori, the court did not set out to establish title on a one-man, one-estate basis. As we discussed below, the legislation provided for lands to be issued to a tribe, community, or an individual, and tribal titles were not issued in Northland, but there's no evidence in this inquiry of why Northland Maori did not apply for such titles.
Mr. Hill, do we know whether judges encouraged those before them to apply for such titles?
I'm not aware of any evidence of that either. Under the 1865 legislation, they were only available for blocks of over 5,000 acres, and as I understand it, I'm not sure of the exact figures, but they are in these submissions, only a handful of blocks would have qualified.
So that may be a reason.
Now, at page 10...
Sorry, Mr. Hill. Before we move on, you have made this statement about it being a voluntary process. And on one reading that is correct. But it's not voluntary if one person or a small group brings your land that you're claiming into the court. You are perforce brought into the court to defend your rights.
I would accept that. I think, however, we need to be attentive to the evidence in this inquiry, which I think, as my submission sets out, shows that while in other parts of New Zealand it may have been a common occurrence for individuals without community support to bring blocks for investigation before the court, in Northland it does not seem to be prevalent. The evidence seems to show the decision by the community to put forward representatives, mostly rangatira, who would be designated as the title holders, and that the community was supportive of the investigation into the claim. And again, we'll get to some of the details. I think just to cite them now,
yes.
We have Mr. Walzel's study of the Whangarei block investigations, 112 different block investigations, where he found almost uniformly that all of them appeared to be decisions by communities to bring blocks before the court with representatives who were rangatira, and that it was a political and cultural decision in conformity with the tikanga of those groups. the same is true in Mr. Armstrong's study of the Ngāti Hau block investigations. He comes to the same conclusion. And as well, Ms. Coralie Clarkson in her discussion of the Pakanai and blocks, and Ngāti Korokoro's decisions to bring particular blocks for sale, particular blocks for retention, and particular blocks for partitioning followed a pattern and plan about how settlement was going to unfold in that area. And it was, by all accounts, in accordance with the desires of that group.
All right, well, we'll look at this as you go through your submissions. Thank you.
So backing up, the introduction of I'm running out of time, so I will go through the introduction of the Native Land Court in Northland very briefly. I begin at page 10. The Crown accepts that the consultation that preceded the introduction of the court would not satisfy contemporary standards. However, the Crown did take steps to ascertain the views of Northland Māori both prior to the introduction of the court and after it started operating. At paragraph 31, Armstrong and Subasic note that there was a general discussion between the Crown and Māori about land policy leading up to the 1862 Act. They also state by the time of the 1865 Act, there had been significant other consultation with Northern Māori by Brown, Gray, and Fox in 1860, 1861, and 1865 respectively. Through these consultations, Northland Māori received assurances that a major role in title adjudications would remain with them. Now,
isn't that a problem though, because what they got didn't conform to what that consultation was promising them? Because being applicants isn't really a major role.
Now,
deciding outside the court is not really a major role.
Now, the claimants do argue that those expectations were met by the 1862 Act, though, which allowed the rangatira and hapu and iwi to control the titling process. And I'll go through some of the differences between the 1862 Act and the 1865 Act in just a moment. And overall, the evidence is, as I just said, and I think there's agreement both by Armstrong and Subasic and by Mr. Thomas on this point, that even after the 1865 Act, communities retained control over the titling process, while perhaps not being part of the actual determination. Now again, the claimants have also accepted the need for an external adjudicator. So I say it follows we should look at the actual differences between the 1862 legislation and the 1865 legislation, as well as how they unfolded on the ground in title determinations. Because as Mr. Walzel's study shows in Whangarei, they made very little difference in how communities were bringing blocks before the court and how interests in those blocks were determined. Now, overall, the Crown does not accept the claimant's characterization of the 1865 Act as a major departure from the 1862 Act. As Dr. Loveridge discusses, the major development of the 1865 Act was to extend the operation of the Native Land Court nationally, and the other changes were minor amendments. Now, if we go to page 13, paragraph 36, the claimants have alleged there were several major differences in the 1865 Act. First, that applications were made by individual Māori, And the claimants contrast this with the 1862 Act, which they say applications were made by iwi and hapu. Well, this ignores the very language of the 1862 Act, which explicitly permitted Maori individuals to bring applications for investigation and for awards of land to be made to those individuals, and for individuals to have the power to dispose of their estate or interest in the land by way of an absolute sale. And I've reproduced those provisions from the 1862 Act below. It also ignores the aspect of the 1865 Act which provided for tribal title to blocks of more than 5,000 acres. Now, another difference that they've cited is that there was one judge who was European. Now, the claimants submit that under the 1862 Act, there were 2 Maori judges and a European president. But in fact, the 1862 Act is silent on the actual constitution of the court, but does specify every such court, and I'm quoting here, shall be under the presidency of a European magistrate. The 1865 Act, by contrast, doesn't specify that a judge had to be European. The third difference, 2 native assessors who could not sit in their own districts. The 1865 Act explicitly required the judge to sit with at least 2 assessors whose concurrence was required on any decision. Assessors had to be Aboriginal natives of New Zealand. By contrast, the 1862 Act was silent, again, on the composition of the court, but required it to be presided over by Europeans. Another difference, the native assessors could not outvote the European judge. Now, this is correct, but it ignores the fact that the assessors could veto the judge's decision, as no decision could be made without their concurrence. And as we discussed below, the power to veto a decision is inconsistent with the characterization of the assessors as subordinates. I'll skip the other differences for now in the interest of time.
Actually, I want to bring you back onto some of this because partly, I guess we always end up partly debating about the character of the assessors and whether they were an effective Māori voice, I guess, within the court. And opinion seems to be divided, but Judge Manning, for example, who's from this district, was very critical of the assessors, which makes you wonder how effective they were in terms of the decisions being made in the court.
I have 2 sections that discuss assessors, both the discussions that were before the Hultane inquiry about the role of assessors and the differing views that were expressed between Northland Māori chiefs about what the proper role was and who should be an assessor. Mm-hmm. There appears to be some differences of opinion there. Mm. And then also a section on the role of assessors and how they were involved in the adjudication of claims. I confess there appears to be a dearth of evidence on the practical role in particular decisions of assessors in this district.
So you can't really demonstrate times when assessors vetoed the decisions of
I would have to, I could address that in writing. Yes. I have not addressed it in this submission. Would you be interested in that?
Well, I am. I can think of one example, but that's the only, one out of many, many decisions. Now, you see, I'm sort of stumbling and struggling because it occurs to me that actually maybe we have been, or the claimants are too generous in their assessment of the 1862 court, because that, in fact, even though we have tended to think of it as being perhaps more culturally appropriate and operating more like a panel stroke runanga, the fact is that it still sets up the framework that persists essentially throughout the rest of the 19th century. And that has ended up being of, damaging, as the Crown has conceded, Māori customary organisation, the capacity of rangatira to make effective decisions that stick within the community, collective title. And so maybe we shouldn't be excusing the 1862 Native Land Act at all.
I say what the claimant's position on the 1862 legislation shows is that the statutory creation of a external adjudicator to investigate interests in Māori land is not categorically contrary to the treaty. And what ultimately matters is the operation of that body and the laws that enable it, and whether or not those are to the prejudice of Māori.
Which you've conceded they in fact are.
Which we've conceded, aspects including the individualization of title were.
All right, thank you.
Now, the claimants also argue that in general, Northland Māori were not familiar with the native land laws, and they point to a statement by Judge Rogan to the Holtain inquiry that knowledge of the 1866 Act had only come to Māori through hearsay, and he was not aware of a translation. However, the 1866 Act was simply an amending act, which was to be part of the Native Land Act 1865. It was not itself the body of native land law, and as such, familiarity with it tells very little of the Northland Māori familiarity with the overall body of law. And I say, in the 1871 inquiry conducted by Colonel Holtain, several Northland chiefs were consulted and showed a very sophisticated understanding of the operation of the native land laws. And I may simply skip to that section. I will skip to page 17, paragraph 50. Now, in February 1871, Native Minister Donald MacLean commissioned a review of the operation of the Native Land Court Acts. He had received various complaints about the court while he had been at Tauranga and Makatu the month before, where particularly troublesome sittings of the Native Land Court had just occurred. The review was conducted by Colonel H.T. Holtain and was completed by July 1871. Holtain's report contains a number of suggestions for the improvement in the operation of the native land laws and the Native Land Court, as well as extracts from evidence from his Māori and non-Māori informants. 5 Northland chiefs provided Holtain with written feedback: Wakanene, Hemi Tautari, Honemohi Tawhai, Eru Nehua, and Pomare. Now, the claimants have summarized the Holtain inquiry as follows. At this, quote, "At this stage, the Northern chiefs were expressing at the level of principle general approval of the Native Land Court, as it provided means of obtaining secure titles and had the potential to settle disputes. However, they had a number of specific and very significant criticisms of particular aspects of the Native Land Court, including the 10-owner rule, the fact that individuals could initiate title investigations on their own, the limited role of assessors, the cost of surveys, and the fees charged by interpreters, agents, lawyers, and the court itself. Now, many of the Northland chief's concerns were reflected in Holtain's recommendations in his report. Many of those recommendations were, in turn, incorporated into the new 1873 Act. The claimants dispute this and broadly submit that Holtain's report and the concerns of the Northland chiefs fell on deaf ears.
When you say many, how many? Is it like 90% of them or 20% of the recommendations?
I don't have a figure on that, but I want to take you through in this section. There are of the significant areas that were identified as issues, there was some attempt in the 1873 legislation to address them, and I can take you through those, although in the interest of time I may just highlight the sections.
Yes.
The first was reserves, and I've set out at paragraph 56 what the differing views were among the Northland chiefs about reserves. Wakanene thought that Maori should be left to themselves to decide how much land was needed for each man, woman, and child. Hemi Tautari thought that reserves should be made, but he thought that 5 acres of good land would be enough for each Maori individual, although that may have been a typo. Erunehua believed insufficient land had been set aside, and Pomare stated that at least 100 acres was needed to be set aside for every man, woman, and child. Holtain concluded that reserves were important, but he made no particular recommendation, and the Native Land Act of 1873 provided for reserves to be identified by district officers in the amount of 50 acres per head. Lawyers. All of the chiefs opposed the appearance of European lawyers before the Native Land Court, and Holtain noted that opposition. And the Native Land Court, the Native Land Act of 1873 took up those concerns and provided that the court would carry on proceedings, quote, without the intervention of any counsel or other agent. Until the 1890s, lawyers could only appear with the consent of the presiding judge. Now, there were concerns expressed about surveys. Holtain relayed those in his recommendations. He did recommend that the Crown conduct surveys. The 1873 Act allowed government surveyors to operate at the request of claimants. It also required all surveys to be in strict conformity with the survey regulations to be approved by the inspector of surveys, and took several steps towards regularizing the profession of surveyors. There was a concern over the page at paragraph 68, a concern about unwarranted claims by individuals. Now, the 2 northern chiefs who responded to this issue believed that it was inadvisable and undesirable to allow individuals or small minorities to make claims to the Native Land Court. Neither of these chiefs, however, gave examples of this having happened in Northland, and the Holtain inquiry actually has several examples of these types of things happening elsewhere, but there's no information about it being rampant or even common in Northland. Now, Holtain believed that there were already safeguards to prevent individuals from making unwarranted claims, but he recommended that the court should be given the power to suspend the hearing of a particular case if it was found to be unwarranted. Now, the 1873 Act didn't prevent individuals from making a claim to the Native Land Court, but what it did do was it set up the widest possible notification to be given for any given claim. Under the 1873 legislation, an application for an investigation of title had to specify the boundaries of the land in question and otherwise describe it, give the name of every tribe and hapu interested in the land, or the names of all the people agreed to have an interest in the land. Applicants were required to serve notice of their claim on each of the tribes, hapu, or individuals named in the application, or believed by applicants to have an interest in the land or any part of it. And Section 36 provided for publication in the Kahiti, in the Maori language, and in the Gazette of the province in which the land affected is situate, in both Maori and English. And in fact, as I discussed later in the notice sections, this was considered to be so thorough that it was too onerous and inaccessible to various landowners. Now, I'm mindful of the time. I think that this issue likely deserves perhaps more attention than issue 6. So I will proceed for 5 minutes and then return to this issue after the break. The role of assessors. This is at paragraph 71. While Eronehua wanted to break the monopoly that the chiefly class had on the role of assessors, Pomare wanted men of good caliber appointed as assessors. Hemitautari suggested that 3 or more assessors could be employed as a substitute for a jury. Holtain's overall recommendation was that the role of the assessor be retained and that there should be provision to increase the number of assessors who sat on a case from 5 to 5 or more in certain circumstances. Now, the 1873 Land Act defined the Native Land Court as a judge and, if required by the judge, 1 or more assessors. So initially, the 1873 Act provided that if 1 or more assessors did sit, their concurrence was not necessary to the validity of any act of the court. Now, this section, however, was one of several in the 1873 Act that produced a complaint to Legislative Council. The Maori petitioners asked that the Act be amended so that the assessor or assessor would have the same judicial authority as the judge. The Native Affairs Committee endorsed this general sentiment in August 1874. Within a few weeks of the committee's report, the Native Land Amendment Act 1874 was passed. Section 5 provided that 1 or more assessors would sit on every case and that, quote, there shall be no decision or judgment on any question judicially heard before the court unless the judge presiding and one of the assessor concur therein. And the Crown says this quick amendment brought the 1873 Act in line with its predecessor and Holtain's recommendations. I'll just take the last 3 minutes to address the 10 owner rule.
Oh, sorry, can we just backtrack a bit?
Yes.
When you in your section 87, paragraph, 67, talking about survey costs, and you suggest that that the Crown took steps to solve that, but in the 1891 Commission, which I notice you actually haven't discussed at all, that was one of the major grievances and complaints of Māori giving evidence before that commission. What weight do you put on that evidence, that it was a continuing and difficult problem for Māori?
I don't believe I said that the Crown in the 1873 Act addressed the issue of costs. What the 1873 Act was trying to address was the quality of surveys and the professionalism of surveyors to better regulate that. The issue of costs was not addressed directly, except by providing that the government could conduct the surveys at the request of the applicants. And
because,
sorry.
Yes, sorry, because we have evidence before us that in some cases the costs of the survey was swallowing up a huge percentage of the price that Māori received. So I wondered whether the Crown had a position on that.
Again, that would need to be assessed on a case-by-case basis as whether what was the Crown action that caused or contributed to that. I think the assumption at the time of the Native Land Acts was that as owners, you had not only just the rights, but the obligations of owners, which would include the requirement to pay for any surveying on the land that you claim ownership in. But whether or not that proved in particular circumstances to be so oppressive as to lead to wholesale alienation, and that would need to be demonstrated on the facts of a particular case.
All right. And I think we should look maybe at later on at some of the conclusions of the Native Land Laws Commission in 1891.
The Rees-Carroll Commission?
The Rees-Carroll Commission, yes, because there's I could, and in fact I've noted down the many complaints that were made about the Native Land Court by Māori, including Ngāpuhi, at that commission, and the conclusions that that commission reached, which I think is important evidence that hasn't been discussed in your submissions.
And the reason for that is
yes.
that the Rees-Carroll Commission became more, I've discussed it in the final section on opposition to the Native Land Court,
yes.
But I agree it's in passing, and what I intended to do in these submissions is discuss that as the prelude to the reforms of 1900 and moving into new forms of land administration in the 20th century. At 1891 and in the findings of the Rees-Carroll Commission, there was a diversity of views about what the way forward was. There were differing views as between the Māori members of Parliament and their submissions to the Commission about what any new land system would look like and what role, if any, the Native Land Court would have. There were different, the Crown had its own view, and ultimately a fundamentally different system comes about in 1900 with the Māori Land Administration Act through a long negotiated and carefully constructed compromise between those parties.
So I take on board what you're saying, that you're going to look in your next set of submissions at how well the Crown responded to the criticisms that were highlighted in that commission. What I'm saying to you is that it's also evidence of the depth of impact that the Native Land Laws had had on Māori during the 1865 to 1890 period, and that should also be considered, because you're telling us we have to look at case by case and what have you, and I'm saying, well, here's very strong evidence of the problems that Māori had encountered without looking. They're bringing their experience and they're saying to the Crown, look, this happened and this happened and this happened, and all these difficulties arising out of the system that has been essentially imposed upon us.
And for the purposes of this submission, I would say that the concessions around the various types of prejudice flowing from individualization of title cover the field in terms of those types of prejudice that were expressed to the Rees-Carroll Commission. The way in which individualization, and I think as we've said, the ability of individuals to bring claims before the court without reference to iwi and hapu, that we've said left the land more prone to fragmentation, to partition, and to alienation. And one of the possible contributors to that would have been the survey fees that were required in order to define those individual interests.
All right, well, I don't want to diminish the concession that the Crown has taken, but maybe we can look more specifically late as you come to the end of your submissions to see whether, in fact, your concessions do, in fact, cover those complaints.
We'll leave it there and we'll have afternoon tea. Come back at 3:30.
I planted my own chair with my own weight on my own toe.
Kia ora tātou, kia ora. We can start making our way to our seats. Mr. Hill.
Now, looking at the time remaining, I would propose to continue through this submission for another half hour or 45 minutes, and then perhaps to have most of the issue 6 submission taken as read and invite questions from the tribunal. Given the amount of overlap. Now, I was on page 23. I believe where we left off, I was on page 23 discussing the last of the recommendations of the Holtain inquiry with regard to the 10 owner rule. This is paragraph 77. Now, when the 10 owner rule was raised in the inquiry, only 2 of the Northland chiefs identified it as an issue. And it's possible that this aspect of the 1865 Act had not been as widely employed in Northland or had not given rise to the same abuses that it had seen in other parts of the island. That's speculation, but only 2 of the 5 Northland chiefs who were participating actually identified it as a problem. Nevertheless, it was one of the major topics raised by Holtain in his report. And he said that there had been some partial attention to it through the Native Lands Act 1867 and the Native Land Frauds Prevention Act of 1870, but that more urgent action was needed. The Crown had already attempted to deal with the abuse of the 10 owner rule system by the introduction of Section 17 titles in the Native Lands Act 1867, and I discussed those later. The 1873 Native Land Act provided a definitive solution to the problem posed by the 10 owner rule, which was that all owners had to be identified on the titles issued. Further, memorials issued under the legislation provided that land could not be subdivided or sold unless the majority of the owners agreed. And this was one of the major outcomes of the Holtain inquiry. The claimants, however, described this as, quote, the perfection of the individualization process, which further fractionated Maori land. And as we discuss later in these submissions, it was nevertheless a good faith attempt by the Crown to address the issues expressed about the 10 owner rule. That said, the Crown's conceded that individualization, which was achieved through the 1873 Act, that led to fractionalization, fragmentation, partition, and open lands to alienation. Now, I will...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hill. You say it was a good faith attempt, but my memory of and it is a little bit rusty now, that in bringing up that piece of legislation, various protections that were contemplated by Maclean in particular were jettisoned on the way. So do we have to take that into account as well when we look at that question of good faith?
Yes, but also the protections that remained. The fact that land that was titled under the 1873 legislation automatically was prevented from being sold for 21 years. The fact that it was intended that reserves would be set aside under the 1873 legislation. I think that all goes to intent.
So that protection for 21 years, that didn't really come into effect though, did it?
Well, there was a way of circumventing it.
Yes.
Through title being granted to a sole individual, because with the agreement of all owners, it could be alienated.
All right, well, thank you.
I'll take you to page 27, where I go through the various aspects of the court's process and trying to address some of the tribunal's statement of issues.
Sorry, just in terms of engagement with the Native Land Court.
Yes.
What's your point there, or what's the Crown's position there?
On the purposes of engagement?
No, well, yeah.
Yes. The question, I believe, in the tribunal statement of issues was the reasons behind Maori engagement with the Native Land Court. And at paragraph 84, we've summarized the claimants in their generic submissions have looked at the evidence of the motivations of Northland Maori in early...
Yes, and part of the claimant's argument was, well, this was the only show in town, really. There was no alternative. If you wanted to defend other people claiming your land, you had to engage with the process.
Well, also that in order to get title that would be enforceable in courts and to conclude leases and sales that would be enforced by the court, they needed to be subject to a judicial investigation into those ownership interests.
And you talk about no legal compulsion, but there certainly was some compulsion in terms of if you were wanting title or if you were wanting to defend title.
And that would have to be, well, certainly that's addressed in a submission around, in the concession around allowing individuals to bring claims without reference to iwi and hapu, that did trigger the type of chain of events that you're describing. And also the concession around the 10 owner rule and how that created situations where individuals could possibly be disenfranchised, where named owners did not act in the interests of the wider community. But we have at paragraph 85, addressing your question, it's important to remember that arrangements made to lease or even to sell customary land would be governed by whatever code or terms the parties might agree on. While not prohibited, and it's important to remember that as well, the Crown didn't prohibit customary arrangements. There was no criminal prohibition against them. They wouldn't be recognized or enforced in the Crown's court. Therefore, Maori and Europeans who entered into these types of arrangements did so risking difficulties in enforcing them. Now, if Northland Maori wished to have their dealings recognized and enforced in the Crown's courts, they would have to have the title to those lands investigated and awarded. Now, in the statement of position and concessions, the Crown acknowledged this reality, and I quote from it here, "Maori had no alternative but to use the court if they wished to secure legal title to their land. A freehold title from the court was necessary if Maori wanted to sell or lease land or use it as security to enable them to develop land. This often left Maori with few options other than selling some of their interests in order to secure and protect a big enough area in which to live, cultivate, farm, and sustain their families. And that there is evidence that Maori entered into informal arrangements regarding customary land, but that such transactions had no status in the law." Nevertheless, the Crown submits that there's nothing treaty inconsistent about requiring a judicial investigation of title prior to judicial recognition and enforcement of the rights attendant to title. Now, going to the court process. The first heading is initiating an application, and I have some of the details of how applications were initiated under the various pieces of legislation. but over the page at paragraph 96 on page 28. None of these provisions prevented multiple numbers of signatures on a single application, and nothing in the legislation prevented applications on behalf of a hapu, community, or whānau being made by an appointed representative or representatives. And in fact, the evidence shows that that was often the case. Perhaps most importantly, there was no provision in the 1862 or later legislation that could be used to compel Maori to make applications to the Native Land Court. There were some exceptions in the 1860s legislation to the rule that only Maori could bring Maori land before the Native Land Court, and these were in the section 85 of the 83 of the 1865 Act and section 38 of the 1867 Act. These sections empowered the governor under particular circumstances to make an application to the Native Land Court. But I would stress that there appear to be no instances where the governor applied to the Northland Native Land Court under these sections to compel blocks in this inquiry district to come before the court. Then again, section 13 of the Native Land Acquisition and Purchase Act 1893 empowered the governor to bring Maori lands for title investigation before the Native Land Court by proclamation or order in council. Again, there appear to be no instances reported where the governor applied to the Northland Native Land Court under this legislation to investigate the titles of customary land here in this inquiry district. In short, Parliament established the Native Land Court in Northland, but whether it started to sit in any particular district or any part of a district was a decision left to Northland Māori, and whether they chose to bring applications. The reasons why Northland Māori brought lands before the court I've just discussed. So the Crown would caution that Mr. Thomas's overview of the Northland Native Land Court research does not reveal a single example of an individual declining to take part in a Native Land Court hearing and thereby losing the chance of being awarded an interest. Moreover, when questioned by the Crown, Dr. Manuka Henare was unable to identify a single instance in the Northland Minute books of that happening. And when given a further opportunity to identify a single instance in written answers to question, again, none was given. Indeed, there's little direct evidence of individuals in Northland spearheading applications contrary to the wishes of the wider hapu. There's also been a suggestion that women were excluded from title determinations and the title determination process. Again, when Dr. Henare was unable to provide any examples, he was asked to search the minute books and reply in writing. No examples were provided. And Mr. Waltzel, in his report on the Whangarei investigations, confirmed that many of the recipients or many of the named owners on those title documents were women, including young women who came before the court in open opposition to the applicants. And you can find that at 4.1.22, that's the transcript for that hearing, at pages 530 to 531. Francis Galton was also cross-examined on this issue and could provide no examples of women being excluded from title determinations.
Excuse me, Mr. Hill, where would you expect to find such evidence that you're of that? In particular, people trying to keep their land remaining outside the court and thereby losing their interest?
The remaining outside of the court, so not even appearing in the minute books.
Yes.
That's a very good question. However, the Crown's put in a position of having to respond to the case before it and the evidence before it of particular types of prejudice that have been alleged. It can only respond to it based on positive evidence.
Right.
And so it's a conundrum that we share.
Yes.
Now, the legislation didn't require the court to reach a decision on every application that was made to it. Holtain, in his report, noted that the court had rejected a large number of doubtful claims, fully 1/3 of all the applications made to it. And the context of the remarks suggests that by doubtful, he means unfounded claims or claims by individuals that weren't supported by members of the community. Now, I've said this before, the practice of individuals making claims that were otherwise unauthorized by the wider community may have been known elsewhere in the North Island, but it seems to have occurred only rarely, if at all, in Northland. This indicates that traditional values, respect for chiefs, and a sense of community remained strong among 19th century Northland Maori. And a prime example of that in evidence is the Pakanai block investigations in Hokianga. Ms. Coralie Clarkson was cross-examined on her report into the investigation of Pakanai number 1, during which Hapakuku Moitara was put forward by Ngāti Korokoro as the sole owner of a block of 9,000 acres. And I have the questioning reproduced on page 30. And I may just take a moment and take you through that. Question, and in the investigation, Hapakuku was the first claimant sworn, right? Answer, yes, that was correct, yes. And he claimed that Ngāti Korokoro's title to the block derived from his ancestors, Whakapuaka and Rahiri. Yes, he stated that in the Native Land Court minutes, yes, and that no tribe had dispossessed Ngāti Korokoro from these lands. Yes, he stated that as well. And that Ngāti Korokoro wished him alone to be in the block. Yes, and during those proceedings, Honemohi Tawhai said, Hapakuku Moitara is the person who has mana over this land. Yes, that's what the minutes say, yes. And several other individuals supported that statement. Yes, the minutes state that. It doesn't quantify the number, it just says a number of other natives rose in succession and corroborated Hapakuku Moitara's statement. Now there were 2 objections. Yes, but both were withdrawn after there was some clarification of the boundaries and a private discussion. Yes, the subjectal detail of the discussion wasn't actually recorded in the minutes, so all it says is that there was some discussion, and then after they withdrew their objections. Question, so ultimately, Hapakuku Moitara was the only person inscribed on the immemorial of title. Yes, he was the only person, and that would give him the sole right to sell the land if he wished. Yes, that is correct. And at this point, there was no restriction on the number of owners that could be listed on a memorial of title. It's my understanding, sorry, and she clarifies, yes. So under Section 47 of the 1873 Act, all persons found to be owners would be recorded on the title. So all owners were supposed to be listed on the title? Yes. And all owners would have to consent to the sale? Yes. So you've said in your report, he was a man of influence and a leader within Ngāti Korokoro, correct? He was a leader, yes. And the people of Ngāti Korokoro trusted him to represent their interests as the sole owner of the block. Answer, in this case, he was put forward as the sole owner of the block. Now, I then go on. This is reflected also in, as I've said before, Mr. Waltzel's studies of the Whangarei block alienations, and also David Armstrong's studies of the Ngāti Hau block alienations, which I discuss later in the sections on preparing lists of owners and the role of custom. I have a section on the notice requirements.
We just stop there, Mr. Hill, because we go back to your concession, don't we? Well, I hope we do. That, in fact, in the system that's created, Māori have are kind of between a rock and a hard place. They can put everybody into the title, and then what happens is that purchase officers go and start dealing with individuals, and willy-nilly, large portions of the block end up being sold because there isn't that corporate collective responsibility. Or they can put a rangatira in and hope for the best, that he's not going to get into debt with shopkeepers or for whatever reason, that he's not going to be put into a position where he ends up having to sell the land. So the hapu ends up being disenfranchised and dispossessed as a result of this system.
Well, and certainly the Crown concession covers that prejudice.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
what the evidence that we're trying to show through our submissions is around the operation and engagement with the court system, and that while individualization contributed to fragmentation, partition, and alienation, there was a degree of agency and control that was quite actively exerted over title determinations in the system.
But they're being steered, and they're being steered in one direction or the other. The alternatives are pretty stark. You put all your faith into a leader who's under all sorts of pressures to fulfil traditional functions but not given any protection, and the hapu is not given any protection, or everybody goes into the title, and with all the vulnerabilities that come with that when there's no sort of collective responsibility within law.
And again, the prejudice that arose from that has been conceded by the Crown as a breach of the treaty.
Yes.
I think what we're trying to navigate is in the generic submissions of the claimants, they've acknowledged that these types of arrangements may have reflected community preferences and reflect a certain amount of agency and control. But they also suggest that the court was derelict in its duties in accepting those types of arrangements because of the 1873 Act, which said you had to list all of the owners.
Okay.
The claimants also repeatedly criticized the court's proceeding as perfunctory and inadequate and a rubber stamping exercise. But then they also alleged that the court didn't have due reference to Maori custom and tikanga, and that its proceedings undermined traditional leadership. In particular, they criticized the more rigorous and adversarial proceedings before the court as a cause of conflict, which undermined community cohesion and tikanga. And so the Crown finds those submissions difficult to reconcile. On the one hand, a deferential approach, which the court was showing in Pakanai, in Whangarei, in Ngāti Hau, was perfunctory and inadequate and rubber stamping. On the other hand, an approach like, say, Judge Manny's, a more searching, adversarial, hotly contested investigation doesn't give due respect to community preferences, to tikanga, to traditional leadership. And one particular example, the claimants appear to praise Judge Rogan in his sittings under the 1862 Act, in which he, quote, encouraged Maori control of the process and acted merely as a rubber stamp for the decision of the iwi and hapu concerned. Well, what rubber stamping is appropriate? So what we're trying to show through our submissions is that the court, in fact, was quite deferential to the preferences of communities, to their tikanga, to the decisions of their rangatira in bringing things before the court. The prejudice arising from individualization at all and the kind of knock-on effects that succession would have and so on, those are conceded as breaches of the treaty.
All right, thank you.
Now, in the interest of time, I'll only briefly talk about notice. I already alluded to the fact that the 1873 Act established a very comprehensive notice procedure, and I went through some of the details of that. In fact, it was so comprehensive that if you go to page 33 of my submission, at paragraph 115, some Maori found the scheme of notification set out in the 1873 legislation objectionable and petitioned for a return to, quote, the way in which notices have hitherto been sent. That would be right. And that was in line with what some of the Native Land Court judges and particularly the chief judge had taken the view that this notice process was so onerous that it was actually disenfranchising or excluding particular Maori from bringing applications to the court. Now, over the page at 34, at paragraph 122, Hultane uncovered no evidence of systemic difficulties arising from the notification system. And Mr. Thomas, in his overview report about the Native Land Court in the district, didn't report any occasions where the notification system failed. Mr. Waltzel, who researched 112 Native Land Court cases between 1865 and 1915, agreed in cross-examination that he could not identify a single example where a person or group claimed to have been excluded from a list of owners because they were unaware of the hearing. Now, I'll turn over to page 35, where we get to preparing lists of owners. Now, once the decisions as to ownership had been made, the court left it to the successful party or parties to produce the list of owners. Mr. Waltzel states that, with reference to the Whangarei blocks, that this was the court's clear practice, and he could see no evidence that the court involved itself in the preparation of the lists of names. Waltzel agreed in cross-examination that in those cases he researched, there was no evidence the court had anything to do with the list. And we say this convention gave Northland Maori an important degree of self-management and control in the court's operation, and we've just canvassed that. When the names were produced, the court relied on objections made in open court to validate the list, removing or adding names on the basis of the evidence presented. If there were no objections made to a list, the court accepted it. Now, over the page at 36, at page 36, paragraph 126, claims were often made by chiefs as the representative of their hapu, and I've just canvassed that in the cross-examination of Ms. Clarkson. The court did not directly question the authority of chiefs to make such claims, but it was normal for the court to assure itself that any arrangements described to the court were supported by the community. The court also sought the advice of chiefs, chiefs not involved in the application. In the Te Wharowharo case, which came before the court in March 1865, Judge Rogan sought the advice of Tirarau whether he was aware of other claimants to the block. Tirarau was not a claimant and was not acting as an assessor. Waltzel agreed in cross-examination that this was an example where the court recognized the role and the mana of a rangatira such as Tirarau could play and the role he could play in an investigation. He also said that there were multiple other examples within the block investigations that he looked at. So this takes me to the role of custom in the determinations. Now, the Native Land Court was statutorily obliged to determine titles according to native custom. Provided there was no objection in open court, the court generally accepted the arrangement that was laid before it. And cases where there was contention and conflict appear to be the exception. At paragraph 130, Mr. Waltzel stated that these pre-hearing arrangements reflected the political and cultural arrangements made within the context of bringing the land to the court rather than the full nature of customary interest holding. Now, Waltzel said in cross-examination that his reference to, quote, the political and cultural arrangements meant arrangements by Maori themselves and not by the court. In other words, Maori were making the decisions about how customarily shared, overlapping, and usufructory rights to particular areas of land would be managed so that the land could be clothed with a new form of crown title. Asked if the Native Land Court promoted internal conflict in the 112 cases he researched, Waltzel said in cross-examination, quote, I mean, for these early cases, there's no evidence of internal conflict. Waltzel also agreed in questioning by the tribunal that the naming of chiefs on title was, quote, totally an expression of tikanga, end quote. Later, Waltzel elaborated that there were a number of different kinds of arrangements constructed by Maori, whānau arrangements, chiefly arrangements, and arrangements between chiefs. All these arrangements, he said, were based on tikanga. Mr. Armstrong studied some 20 blocks associated with Ngāti Hau in the same district. He confirmed Waltzel's findings that Northland Maori were able, in most cases, to manage the Native Land Court process very efficiently and to achieve the results they desired.
Excuse me, Mr. Hill. Unfortunately, I haven't looked at. I'm not allowed to look at the whangarei evidence. But I just wondered whether they brought any evidence about the involvement of Crown purchase officers in these out-of-court arrangements and what their involvement was, what the nature of that involvement, if in fact there was any.
Perhaps that's best addressed in writing. I'm not aware off the top of my head of any involvement of Crown purchasers in the whangarei block alienations, but I could certainly look into it and respond in writing.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Although you may not be able to read my responses.
And just so that I can assist my learned friend in finding an answer to the question, the time period you're talking about, Dr. Anderson, for that would be post 1865? Yes. Through to...
Well, one suspects that it did change over time. So
through to the end of the 19th
century would be helpful. Thank you.
Now, the Crown submits that the acceptance of outside arrangements should be seen as acceptance of the authority of chiefs and deference to communal decision-making. The Crown also submits that the court did not blindly accept uncontested claims laid before it. As noted earlier, Hultane reported that fully 1/3 of applications had been rejected by the court at that time in 1871. Now, I do
Sorry, that's a national figure, isn't it?
It
it's
is.
not a Northland figure. So
that's correct.
We don't really know. We can't answer that at this point.
That's correct.
All right.
Now, I'll turn to the role of assessors at page 41. Now, the majority of the cases in the Northland District were heard under the 1865 legislation and its amendments in the 1873 legislation and the amendments to the 1873 legislation. And this body of law was quite clear about the pivotal role the assessor was expected to play in the court. The composition of the Native Land Court was defined by Section 12 of the Native Lands Act as one judge and at least two assessors. No judicial decision could be made by the court unless, quote, the judge presiding and 2 assessors concur therein. And the claimants argue that this change reinforced the subordinate role to the judge, as the assessors could no longer outvote him and at best veto his decision. The Crown disagrees. The power to veto decisions is anything but subordinate. To the contrary, it represents equality and the requirement for consensus. And I would just use the example of the President of the United States not being a very subordinate figure and yet only having a veto power with respect to Congress. As discussed in regard to Holtain's recommendations, the 1873 Native Land Act initially provided that if one or more assessors did sit, his or their concurrence was not necessary to the validity of any act of the court. However, as I discussed before, this was rapidly corrected. The Native Affairs Committee endorsed the view of the petitioners who had complained about that provision, and in not more than a few weeks after the committee's report, the Native Land Act Amendment Act of 1874 was passed, and it restored that requirement that assessors concur with the judge. Again, the role of assessors was maintained in the 1880 Native Land Court Act. So it's clear that it was not the intention of Parliament that judges should be subordinate to assessors, but neither was it intended that assessors be subordinate to judges. If an assessor did not agree with any proposed decision, he could withhold his agreement. Without the agreement of the assessor, no judicial decision could be issued. Assessors may or may not have been able to overrule it, or may not have been able to overrule a judge, that is to say they could not impose a decision on him, but neither could a judge overrule an assessor. Now, the Crown acknowledges that the Native Land Court Act of 1894 did reduce the role of assessors, but by 1894, the majority of Northland customary land had already passed through the court. Now,
sorry, but why do we know why they abolished the role of assessor? And does that say something about how they viewed assessors?
That perhaps would be best addressed in writing. Again, I don't know what the debate said about that particular amendment and how that figured into the wider reforms that were coming in with respect to both the Native Land Court and Maori land administration generally.
And I just wondered, do we know when the first Maori judge was appointed?
Again, I would need to answer that in writing.
Thank you.
I have a section here on the rules of succession, but I need not go through it in too much detail. The main thrust of it is that every single instance or iteration of the native land laws required the court to determine issues of succession according to Maori custom. The court departed from that in the Papakura succession case and applied English rules of succession. Nevertheless, the Native Land Act of 1874 again directed the court to determine succession according to custom, and again in 1880. So our position is the Crown acknowledges the role that the rules of succession had in the fractionation of interests and the fragmentation of interests in land. But of course, it was the court applying its own jurisprudence, and the Crown took several, or Parliament and the Crown in sponsoring the legislation took several steps to try to realign it with custom. Now, I have several other sections about the details of the Act. However, I will take those as read and skip to, I believe, what was an issue for you, Dr. Anderson, of the opposition and the Crown's response to opposition to the court. That's at page 63. Paragraph 255. Holtain in his inquiry found in 1871 that there was general acceptance of the court. And indeed, officials in the latter part of the 1860s were surprised by the overall willingness of Northland Maori to take their land through the court. However, while Maori were content with the general principle of the court, they did have objections on aspects of the court's operation, and in particular, the cost of surveying and ten-owner titles. And as we've discussed above, the Crown responded to some of these concerns in the 1873 Act. By the mid-1870s, however, and this would follow the upsurge in Crown purchasing that occurred in the mid-1870s, there were signs that attitudes towards the court were changing. Kawiti and other Northland chiefs, for example, had established a Rohepotai in part of the Bay of Islands, from which it was intended to exclude the native land court and prevent further land sales. And attempts were made, however, by some Maori to bring Rohepotai land before the native land court at that time. Officials, however, took the view that it would be prudent not to press the issue, given that it was known that a majority of residents opposed any recourse to the court. And the Crown says that this was a principal response on the Crown's part to the wishes of Rohepotai Maori that the court not be permitted to operate in their district. It was also a more pragmatic realization that attempts to force the court on Maori would promote disorder and disturbance in the district. By the late 1870s, some Maori, including Northland chiefs like Te Hemera Tauhia and Paura Tuhaire, as well as Honemohi Tawhai, were calling for the abolition of the court. And some of them, like Kawiti, were calling for Maori titles to be determined by Maori committees and runanga. So this is the end of the 1870s. Now, the Crown did respond to clear signs of Maori discontent with the court by passing the Native Committees Act of 1883. Now, this legislation provided in part for the election of Maori committees, which could investigate the ownership of a block of land, including its boundaries, and report their findings to the Native Land Court. It was intended to give Maori a degree of influence in the process of tenure conversion, but, and the Crown acknowledges, the committees were not empowered to issue titles, and there was nothing in the legislation that required the Native Land Court to accept the committee's report. And I believe the Rees-Carroll Commission found that in operation, the Native Committees Act was a dead letter. That said, a Bay of Islands committee was set up under this legislation, and the body coexisted with an unofficial Treaty of Waitangi Native Committee. The Treaty of Waitangi Native Committee was established before the passage of the Native Committees Act and was intended to carry out many of the same functions. And both committees appear to have had supporters and detractors. For instance, Te Pupuke, for example, was taken before the Treaty of Waitangi Native Committee in 1884 after the claimants had asked for a Native Land Court hearing to be adjourned. And I believe that was an example of a successful petition. No record of this event has survived, but it appears that after the two-day hearing, decisions were reached on ownership, partitioning, and boundaries. However, all or some of the parties apparently didn't accept the decisions of the informal committee, or some of them wished to have the committee's decision confirmed by the Native Land Court. In any event, it came back to the Native Land Court in 1885. So neither the Treaty of Waitangi Committee nor the official Bay of Islands Committee had the power to impose their decision on the parties that came before them in the same way that the Native Land Court did. And by the beginning of the 1890s, Mr. Thomas reports that Northland Māori objection to the court had strengthened, and Dr. Anderson, you've referred to how that's shown in the 1891 report by the Rees-Carroll Commission. This opposition was reflected in the mid-1890s by Northland participation in a Tikotahitanga-inspired boycott of the Native Land Court and support for the objective of complete abolition of the Native Land Court. Dr. Loveridge, in his report, which the amended version is Z1B, describes the Rees-Carroll Commission and the late 1880s to 1890s, that period. The Native Committees Act was not as effective or not as received as warmly as expected. And from 1883, there's discussion about what a new system would look like. And certainly, by the time of the Rees-Carroll Commission, there's quite a number of different views about what a new system of Māori land administration would look like and what the role of the Native Land Court would be, if any, in that system. Different positions were taken between Tikotahitanga, the Kingitanga movement, the Māori MPs for Eastern Māori and Southern Māori had very different views, and the governments, as they changed, had different views as well. But finally, in 1900, there's a political compromise, the Māori Land Administration Act, which provided for, as we'll discuss in issue 7, Papatupu block committees to investigate customary interests in land, providing an alternative for title determination.
I'll just stop you there. Because I think one of the main criticisms that is made of these efforts that you're discussing is that they always fall short of what Māori are asking for. And the accusation is that those bits of legislation are actually designed to take out the steam of Māori protest. Do you have a comment on
My
that?
response would be that that presumes that what the Crown is hearing about national legislation from Māori is uniform, that what's being demanded is monolithic, that what is being requested, or the vision of what the alternative is easily mapped and determined and applied. I think if you look at the Rees-Carroll Commission report and the discussions that took place after 1891, it becomes clear that there's no single solution proposed. There are certainly common themes in what's being criticized, but there are very starkly different approaches to how the system would look.
But partly that develops because some Māori think that it's better to have a half measure than no measure at all. That we're not going to get fully what we want, so we'll do the best we can. Whereas others think, well, remain more true to their original position, if you like.
I would be cautious in adopting the original position as necessarily the pure, unadulterated view of all Māori at the time. approaches on how title determinations would occur in the alternative to the Native Land Court decision, as they differed between, say, Honaheke Napua and his proposals and the Kingitanga movement's proposals, they're ideologically different. They have different roles for different bodies that they had different views about. They are not necessarily one compromising and the other having a purist vision. They have fundamentally different views about how Māori interact with the state.
Mm-hmm. If you look at Kotahitanga movement, you do see that division growing within it in response to the reluctance of the settler parliament to accord them a more decisive role within of determining these issues for themselves, which many Pākehā themselves had been saying over the years that it would be better if Māori were making these decisions.
And so the compromise, in the political compromise, not only between Māori and the Crown, but as among Māori in 1900, is the Māori Land Administration Act, which put at least the determination in first instance in the power of the Papatupu committees who were elected by Māori in the area.
Mr. Hill, you talked about Parliament, or what was being asked for in the 1890s by Māori, I think you said was monolithic.
Oh no, I didn't say, I said I would caution you not to assume it was monolithic.
Caution us not to be monolithic. I see that. Because I wanted to go back to the Federated Māori Assembly Empowering Bill as well in the 1890s, because a parliament really was sought for Māori at that time, because it seemed to be that was where the decision making happened, and that other attempts to get, for instance, native committees hadn't worked. It was really the sort of locus of political power, and that petition has a strong focus on the dismay of Māori about how their lands were being dealt with by the National Parliament. I think in the petition they say, we have been made to appear as stupid and ignorant people, and yet we are astounded that the representatives of the nation can inflict such awful laws upon it. I'm paraphrasing it, but that was the general sense of it. Just going back to your general point, I think that by that time, discontent over a wide area of the country had really come to fruition. And of course, there was great disappointment in that period in the 1890s when Parliament, really treated their attempts to establish such a parliament, I'm looking for the right word, without any cooperation, really whatever. But and that, of course, as you say, is the background over a number of years to what happened in 1900. So, would you agree that there's an explanation why a national body has sought a parliament for Māori at that time?
Oh, certainly, and that's covered more in detail in our issue 1 submission on the pushes for a national parliament. My response, though, I think to the general sentiment of what you've said is, look at the we need to also look at the time periods. The evidence of actual dissent and rejection of the court in Northland really starts in the latter half of the 1870s.
Yes.
There's then an attempt in 1883, and as Dr. Anderson indicates, there may be some suggestion that it was ill-fated or ill-designed, but we say it was a good faith attempt to try to provide for both collective decision-making over a variety of issues, but also to have an active role of communities and owners in the title determinations around their land. It didn't give them binding powers, but it was an attempt to address that relatively recent concern about the court. As we know, in 1871, Holtain reports that Northland Maori and Maori in general are quite content with the operation of the court. So in 1883, that's just a few years after the growing concern about the court in Northland has really come to attention. I think then, going on from 1883, you finally have in the 1891 Rees-Carroll Commission some findings about how those committees were actually operating on the ground. And I can't say whether the Crown was aware of the shortcomings of the Native Committees Act until that time. So then, I'm trying to illustrate the policy delay or the policy lag that would necessarily exist in 19th century New Zealand, where information is not as easily accessible as it is today, and legislative reform necessarily needs to give some time to the previous set of reforms in order to see how they operate and whether they address the issues that they're directed at. So by the time it becomes patently obvious that the Native Committees system is not operating in the way it was intended or fulfilling the desires of owners to truly have an alternative to the Native Land Court, in 1891 with the Rees-Carroll Commission, there's then, over the course of the subsequent decade, a discussion between all parties within Maoridom and between Maori and the Crown about well, if that's the case, if what we've tried didn't work, what's the alternative? What's it going to look like?
Do you think the Native Committees would have had more success if they'd been granted more powers in relation to the Land Court?
It's a counterfactual. I'm not prepared to answer, but certainly that's the suggestion in the Rees-Carroll Commission, is that the lack of binding powers, the only having recommendatory powers, is led to a lack of uptake. But I mean, I'm looking at a tribunal with largely recommendatory powers that has a huge influence on this country, and I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that a lack of binding powers means that an entity has no influence or has no effect.
Nevertheless, throughout that period that you're talking about, the late 70s and 80s, there are signs in many parts of the country that Māori were anxious to make their own decisions about title.
Mr. Hill, do you think that it was part of the tragedy that while, as you say, the Crown was working out how to respond to these problems, that so much land was actually moving out of Māori hands, including into the hands of Crown purchase officers? As your submission says, in the 70s, 75, 76, a huge amount of land was purchased by the Crown from Māori, while they're struggling, while Māori are struggling to cope with this new, understanding the implications of this new system.
And perhaps this is better addressed in the issue 6 submissions, but the vast majority of the land that's purchased by the Crown, and I believe privately as well, in the district during this period, 1865 to 1900, happens in a couple of years in the 1870s. I think it's, 2 years, 1875 and 1876, I believe. That's short on the heels of the Holtain inquiry, which had found that there was general acceptance of the system, and it may actually reflect an acceptance and a willingness to participate in the system at that point. The later stages, certainly by the end of the 1870s and certainly by the 1880s, Crown purchasing has fallen off substantially. And so I would say, while it became more evident that when it became more evident in the late 1870s that there were problems with the system and that it was leading to landlessness and dispossession, purchasing had actually, the bulk of the purchasing had already been done. And the attempts to rectify the system, both through the Native Land Committee, or the Native Committees Act, and the subsequent discussion about what alternatives to the Native Land Court could be, those occurred in the 1880s and the 1890s when sales had dropped off substantially.
But they'd partly dropped off because Maori had started to form their own organisation trying to keep land out of the court and protect their lands from what they saw was likely to happen once title had gone through the titling system.
Yes, I think the Rohepotai would suggest that, yes, and the later boycott as a sort of self-help measure in the absence of an alternative.
Because another theme that comes out strongly over that period is the link between putting land through the court and alienation. As Māori perceived it, that was certainly the conclusion that was drawn and often expressed.
Mr. Hill, do you have anything to wrap up on this?
No, I believe those are my submissions on issue 5.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
And as I believe we discussed, I will be presenting our submissions on issue 6 as well. However, in the interest of time, I think we can take that as read, and I will answer questions from the tribunal.
The table that you have on page 3, are you able to provide us with the extra column between 1865 and 1900?
Sorry, could I get the
like
question
this
again?
Has columns from 8 that go, the periods that we've heard from in terms of issue 2, issue 4 and issue 5. This part, section issue 6, is for 1865 to 1900.
Yes,
but there's no column for that.
And we had difficulty arriving at actual figures for that precise period. The best approximation that we can get for land holdings at 1900 are the findings of the Stout-Nata Commission, but those didn't come until 1908. So it's not fully reflective of the alienation that occurred within that period, but again, it's an approximation. The districts don't also line up exactly with the inquiry district, but it gives you a rough indicator of what happened in that
And then
period.
taking you to that issue which you were just speaking about previously, where I think it's Dr. Rigby who says 50% of the land that was purchased during this period was purchased in land acquired, was acquired within that 1875 to 1876, those 2 years. Do you know the reason why?
It appears to be a series of large sales in Hokianga, I believe. Primarily attributed to one Crown purchasing officer Brissenden, who had claimed to have negotiated sales and agreements for, I believe, over 300,000 acres.
So what were the Crown motivations behind the intense purchasing within that area? Was it down to the agent?
I don't believe there were any, or I'm not aware of any specific instructions about where to purchase and how much to purchase. It appears to be driven both by the agent, but also by the willingness of Hapu in that area to bring lands before the court. Like, for instance, there's a series of transactions by a moment's indulgence. At paragraph 71 of my submission, there were a series of transactions by Te Wharepapa, to whom almost 80,000 acres were awarded and then sold at Mangakahia. So I think because there hadn't been any or virtually no purchasing in the previous period in Hokianga, it was an open market in a way that other areas were not.
But I think it's been said that Northland appears to have been a less attractive place for settlers as opposed to, say, places nearer Auckland. And yet Brissenden and his colleagues were instructed to acquire all available land in any locality as speedily as possible. They were on the one hand to be careful about identifying owners so that they didn't rack up conflict, but on the other hand, Brissenden was impressed with the need to acquire sufficient land urgently to keep up with increasing settler demands. So how far can the extent of Crown purchasing by Brissenden be directly attributable to a Crown intention to acquire as much land as possible in those years?
challenging question. Certainly, I think the general, in the 1870s, under the Vogel program for opening lands up to settlement and borrowing huge sums of money in order to facilitate that, the general assumption was the more land that's settled, the better, and the Crown certainly conveyed that to its purchasing agents. There also seemed to be, however, there was urgency on the part of Northland Maori, and in particular in Hokianga, around trying to promote settlement. There had been, and I think this is described in our issue 12 submissions, there had been a drop-off in settlement and uptake in the Northland area, leading to economic contraction and a lack of markets for Maori farmers, markets for goods and produce. And a good example of that I'm going to try to find was Yes, at paragraph 34. It was an article of faith in 19th century New Zealand that intensive settlement of the land would produce economic development and prosperity. Ms. Coralie Clarkson speaks to this in her report on the Pakenai and Kokahuia blocks and the motivations for selling blocks at Pakenai. Quote, Rangatira Moitara was very influential and was a proponent for utilizing economic opportunities in the area. Indeed, in 1855, Rangatira stated, the people of Hokianga have done no wrong and I think it's not, be thus deserted by the Europeans. We have heard that the remaining Europeans are going to leave and there will be no ministers and no magistrates. There are potatoes here and wheat and maize and all other things, for the soil is the parent of all that grows. Be quick and let us have some Europeans in the summer, next summer. In addition to this, in 1870, so closer to the point of these massive sales in Hokianga, Rangatira Moitara spoke to the governor stating, all we desire to do is show our goodwill towards the Europeans, to encourage them in erecting and supplying their flour mills and flax mills, and in developing the resources of the land. We desire to see the land covered with European mills. You see the proofs of the sincerity of our loyalty and attachment in the numerous mills that are being erected, and my desire is to continue to encourage Europeans to continue their good work. So it was an article of faith that settlement was going to bring prosperity, and a prosperity that was vanishing in the 1850s and 1860s and in the economic downturn. Again, in the issue 12 submissions, we've discussed how a lot of that had to do with international markets for goods that were available in Northland, such as timber and the decline in whaling, things like that. But everyone believed, the Crown and Māori included, that promoting, as these statements suggest, widespread settlement was the answer.
But not overpowering settlement.
Sorry?
Not overpowering settlement. And in any case, how widespread was settlement subsequently?
I think the facts show that the uptake on those lands by settlers was low for the immediate period after.
Yes. Thank you.
The other issue, and I deal with this at paragraph 36, is because the goal was to establish large contiguous areas for settlement, Crown purchases were necessarily large and comparatively indiscriminate in the quality of lands contained within them. Private purchasers, on the other hand, were unlikely to acquire extensive blocks, and I think it was described as they picked the eyes out of larger blocks by primarily acquiring the most desirable lands. Whereas if you look at, say, going back to Rangatira Moitara, if you look at how the Pakenai blocks were alienated, the two main purchases were over incredibly rugged and mountainous areas that were designated as Class 2 and Class 3 land. They weren't suitable for kainga, and they hadn't been occupied as such, and they weren't suitable for many cultivations. So the Crown was willing to purchase the good with the bad, and primarily the bad in a lot of cases, in order to provide these contiguous areas where it could promote settlement.
There must have been timber on some of those lands, though.
Yeah, and some of them were declared state forests.
So, in effect, I think broadly you're talking about a sort of double whammy on some areas where the Crown was buying large areas of blocks of both good and bad land, and private buyers were buying good land suitable for farming, and possibly also focusing on resources with timber. So we can sort of see again a step up in the impact on communities and how that will probably come home to roost further down the track.
The one thing I would point out also, since we're talking about Crown purchasing activity and Crown purchasers and I believe, Dr. Parsons, you were talking about the direction from the Crown or the overall direction of the Crown to Crown purchasers. I have a section on the directions that were given to Crown purchasers by the Native Minister and the attempts that were made to ensure that purchasing agents made detailed inquiries of customary owners, that they did not abuse the use of advance payments. And I'll take you to paragraph 89. In the 1870s, Native Minister McLean repeatedly cautioned purchasing officers on the use of advance payments. Armstrong and Sabasich describe his efforts. Quote, McLean took pains to caution his land purchase officers not to purchase land in advance if titles were in dispute. In November 1871, he issued a circular to his land purchase agents, including those operating in the north. In this, the Native Minister noted the importance of making careful inquiry as to the identity of owners so that transactions might be completed without the chance of future trouble or disagreement. If there was any risk of a revival of feuds among Maori, no transactions were to be entered into. And this directive was reissued in 1873 and 1875. McLean actually took action against purchasing agents who were misusing advance payments and engaging in unscrupulous dealings. In early 1875, McLean relieved McDonnell of his duties for pushing through an unpopular survey in Whangaroa. And in 1874, McLean challenged actions taken by Brizenden, the Crown purchaser we've been discussing, with respect to some Northland blocks. It's clear from his letter that dealings with individuals without the knowledge or approval of chiefs was contrary to McLean's expectations as to how land purchase would proceed. He also censured Brizenden for failing to adhere to the requirements of the 1873 Act, that all deeds be explained to the vendors by interpreters and attested to by a judge. Ultimately, McLean summarily dismissed Brizenden less than 2 years after his appointment. And I'm quoting here from Armstrong and Sabasich. Brizenden was eventually removed from the North for persisting in conduct McLean felt was likely to lead to large-scale conflict, including the wholesale payments of tamana to the wrong people and pushing on with surveys in the face of determined opposition. And what we say all of this shows is that during the height of Crown purchasing, this period that we're describing in the mid-1870s, the Native Minister was attempting to provide guidance around the use of the most controversial method, advance payments, and was willing to censure and dismiss purchasing agents who were misusing them.
But Mr. Hill, he didn't actually repudiate those purchases, did he? I mean, a lot of, again, we get back to the amount of damage that is done before effective action is taken.
Perhaps that also is best addressed in writing, only because I know that, or I recall that when Brizenden represented that he had purchased, I think, over 400,000 acres of land, that represented only a small amount of land to which title had actually been determined, and there were all sorts of undetermined lands included in that figure. I'm not certain that all of them ended up in titling and purchased by the Crown, because of course advance payments were legally void and unenforceable. So all Brizenden was claiming was that he had agreements with vendors throughout Northland to the tune of 400,000 acres, but of course perhaps even the majority of those lands were subject to simply advance payments and agreements that would have been unenforceable in court. So before I give you actual figures, because I can't recall the figures, I don't know how many of those purchases ultimately end up being investigated, titled, and then on-sold to the Crown.
How is it, or how can you explain the fact that transactions were indeed not illegal but were void? And I want to link that back to what you say in paragraph 86 about the fact that payments were made. Place the onus on a Crown purchaser to satisfy himself that any advanced payments were being made to people who did hold rights to the land in question. Now, wasn't that why the Land Court was set up? Precisely so that there would not be trouble from an interested party, namely the purchaser, making payments to Māori. I mean, that initially came certainly from the situation at Waitara, which had led to war in 1860. And that's one of the origins of the Land Court, so that that position didn't arise again. So then we come through to this period, and I just wondered, in light of that, what is the origin of conveyances made by purchasers being void but not illegal?
Okay, so I'll take that in two stages. The first question there, I believe, was about it being incumbent on the purchasing agent to determine who the owners were, and why would you advance these payments prior to title determination, because that's what the Native Land Court was for. You had set up a land court for that purpose. And again, I go back to Native Minister McLean, who at paragraph 89, Armstrong and Subasic have shown how he took pains to caution his purchasers not to use advance payments where there was uncertainty about ownership. And so where there were competing claims to title. So by that, the Native Minister McLean was encouraging purchasing agents to go out and consult with other rangatira, with local Māori MPs, to determine whether or not money was being advanced to the right people, and that in fact there were no competing claims around a particular piece of land. And you see that I have at paragraph 87 efforts by McDonnell to that end, where he was consulting with, there's evidence that he was consulting with chiefs, with the Māori members of parliament, and Runanga to confirm that those that he had offered advances actually had good claims to the land. And I quote here from, again, Armstrong and Subasic. In July 1872, for example, McDonnell reported in respect of the Waku lands that he had consulted Mohitawhai and the Northern Māori MHR Wiramukatene. These chiefs were able to confirm that those who had offered the land possessed a good claim, and that McDonnell was free to make advance payments of 150, so of 150 pounds. So this was what McLean was trying to direct in his circulars, what he was trying to direct his purchasing officers to do. Consult with local rangatira, with Runanga, and with the Māori members of parliament to ensure that there was no conflict, that money wasn't being given to the wrong people, and that there weren't disputes in the claim. So yes, the Native Land Court was there to determine title and determine ownership and interests. The policy around advance payments was to only make them when that ownership wasn't an issue.
Yes, but that, I think, under the 73 Act might have been the role of the district officers to make those kind of inquiries rather than a land purchase agent.
And I think there is evidence in the inquiry of District Officer Webster and other officers making those types of inquiries, but I would acknowledge that there were, it doesn't appear that the types of surveying and detailing of Hapu interests and varying interests in the district were completed in the way that was contemplated in those sections in the 1873 Act.
No, it wasn't. But again, it seems that the land purchase machine, as it were, has moved really in a different way, which is not at all how the court was envisaged as proceeding and as making the initial determinations of title itself with the help of district officers. But I'd like to go perhaps now to the other part of my question. I suppose that is why that advance payments were not just made illegal. Why were they made void but not illegal?
I don't have a ready answer for that. I know that they were made illegal in the, I believe, the 1890s, but that only applied to private purchasers. What the Crown does do at my paragraph 93 is, so after this incredible upswell in purchasing in the mid-1870s and the issues around the advance payments that were being made by, in particular, Crown purchaser Brissenden, in November 1879, the government directed that the practice of paying advances cease. And the new Native Minister, Bryce, issued an instruction that, quote, no further payments must be made to natives on lands that have not been before the Native Land Court for investigation of title, and grantees duly appointed, and that in making payments in future for lands under purchase, the payment must be a final one and a discharge in full of every claim the grantee may have on the land. So, though not making it illegal, the Crown had discontinued the practice just a couple years after the upswell and the allegations of abuse in the mid-1870s. And moreover, Crown purchasing seriously slowed in the 1880s. And by the 1890s, the Crown was waiting for the titling process to be complete before offering any purchase, any possible purchase. So instead of making advanced payments to chiefs prior to titling and facilitating the naming of representatives, the Crown was purchasing interests from individual owners listed on a memorial of title and could then apply to have that interest partitioned out from the block. So Crown purchasing patterns change after the 1870s, and they're far more targeted and discerning.
Thank you. So the wording, do we know whether the wording of amending legislation during that period still referred to advance payments as being void but not illegal, or was that overturned?
I think they're not void. This is just from memory. I don't think that they're void under the Native Land Acts. I believe it's the Constitution Act of 1852 renders those types of dealings unenforceable and void at law.
So is that the origin of this particular wording?
But not criminally prohibited. Yes.
Right. Well, that was really what I would have, was welcoming a sort of a detailed answer about it, about where this came from and why it was worded in this particular way.
Yeah.
So, would you be able to put that in writing?
Absolutely.
So that it seems, from what you've said, that there was a sort of aberration in the 70s in the way that land purchases were conducted, which allowed for these advance payments. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, I think in the 1860s you don't see advance payments being made by the Crown. In fact, there's not much Crown purchasing to begin with, but they are certainly not as prevalent, and they become increasingly prevalent throughout the first part of the 1870s, but then are prohibited by the end, by 1879. So it's a relatively short period, but of course one which saw huge tracts of land being purchased in the Hokianga particularly.
Yes, thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions while we're on this topic. So the problem with Crown, sorry, I'm getting tired, I'm sure you are too, with advance payments, it's not just that they could go to the wrong people. It's also that it, by their nature, undermines the capacity to hold onto the land.
Could you
so would you agree with that? Is that?
I don't think there's any direct link between that. You mean in the sense that once you've received an advance payment, that then once the titling process...
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Once you've received an advance payment...
Then the titling process is complete, you feel compelled to then continue with the sale to the Crown? Is that what you mean?
Or other people are also feel compelled that they also have to accept payments, otherwise there's a big danger that they're going to miss out altogether.
I mean, certainly I think we would acknowledge that payments were an incentive to bring blocks before the court. I mean, it's part of Crown purchasing policy, the attempt to acquire Māori lands for the purposes of settlement. Whether other communities wanted to retain lands who hadn't been approached for advance payments, and whether the advance payments that were given in a particular instance changed the decision-making around which lands were retained or not is a subject of a case-by-case analysis. Like if you look at, say, again, the Pakenai blocks, there is evidence of advance payments being made, but there's also a clear and coherent plan by Ngāti Korokoro about how they want the different blocks titled. And so I believe it's 1 and 3 are large blocks that are unsettled, are sold, and they're sold by people who received advance payments, the rangatira of Ngāti Korokoro. But say block number 2, which is the Kainga area on flat land, arable land, the traditional settlement area is retained, and it's, I believe quite a bit of it today is retained in Māori tenure. And 4 and 5, which are supposed to be lands for the use of people who are settled in the Kainga area, those are also retained. So there's the mere fact that advance payments were offered, I don't think you can say from that particular case that it influenced the shape or the plan that the owners had when they brought different blocks to court.
If we look at Mr. Armstrong's work in Waimate Kaikoai, it might suggest, because there's many cases of tamana payments, something like 16, I think, out of 24 blocks, and most of those ended up being alienated within quite a short period.
Well, I mean, certainly the intention, what I'm trying to illustrate is if you have a community that has multiple blocks that are going to come before the court for different purposes, the mere fact of advance payments being given to the people who then go on to title it's hard to say that additional lands ended up being purchased by virtue of that, or whether that was part of both the community and the Crown's plan for how the sale would go through. I mean, obviously there's going to be a correlation between advance payments being given and sales, because they're payments for sales, for purchase of the land. And it was no mystery who the leading men or rangatira of a particular area were, and the Crown purchasers would approach them in consultation, as we've seen with other chiefs, with local MPs, and with Runanga, and approach them about the sale of a particular land. So once the titling process is done, it's likely to identify them as having a rightful claim. And if they accepted the advance payment, then perhaps they were open to the sale going through. So it's hard, again, I would have to say you'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis to see whether the receipt of the payment you can actually show that it changed the decision-making about which lands would be sold and which would be retained.
Mr. Hill, I see that it's gone past 5 o'clock. What we'll do is we'll stop now and we'll pick up again on this topic tomorrow morning. It's been a long day. Any matters before we finish with timetabling? Council? Owen? Aia wai te karakia. Ko koe?
Do I need this? No. Aroha mai e ngā whānau, e ngā whaia. Te hiana ki te koutou e kōreranga te koutou take o te kāinga, nā ke waho rāinga te whenua o Papatūnuku. Ai ke rarurarua te taringa o te kai whakawā. Te ruhia, ka huri te kaki ke kitea koutou, o ko he ana tu koutou kōrero. Nō re aroha mai e ngā kōrero I tēnei o. Can I just, I'd like to end this day with a quote. It's a very simple quote. It was by Einstein. Aroha mai e tātou mai hakoro. Einstein said this: life is not meant to be simple, but it's not meant to be simpler. So with that, it means to me, ears down and listen, and please take note of every word that's been said today by the Crown, because it's essentially important. Let you notice, while his lips are moving and your lips are moving, it identifies to the House here, you're not listening. But hoe anō te pikitoro, te kaha, te maramatanga, iho ngā mano, I rungo I kia koto I tēnei rā, te maanga hei tautoko mai, ai ne akane, ai, a kia rona tātou.